Public meeting of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. My name is Bob Thornton. I serve as the chairman of the commission. But before we get started, I've asked Jack Wall to lead us in prayer, and this will be followed by the pledge by Commissioner Hodson. Please stand.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today thanking you for your guidance and wisdom. As we begin this hearing today, guide our hearts and our minds in the spirit of fairness, right thought, and speech. Help us to remember our responsibility to serve our community with great insight, guided by understanding, wisdom, and respect for all. As we make decisions today, help us to promote the common good as we work together for the betterment of our great city. As trusted servants, we seek blessings on our deliberations and on our efforts here today. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, commissioners, for the prayer and the pledge. I've asked Commissioner Weiner to introduce the members.
Thank you, Mr. Thornton. Down on the end over here, we have Kay Wilson. She's our city attorney. Next is Jack Wall. Jack is a civil engineer, and he represents the Rose Hall District. Next is Dr. Beardsley Fonzie. She is a professor at St. Leo University, and she represents the Princess Anne District. Next is Don Horsley. Don is a farmer, and he is at large. Next, Don is Ron Ripley. Ron is in real estate development and management, and he is at large also. The empty seat is Jan Rosinski. Jan is in real estate management, and she represents the Centerville District. Next is Bob Thornton. Bob is our chairman of the Planning Commission. He is in real estate development, and he represents the Lynn Haven District. Somebody stole my sheet, so I'm doing this off my brain here. Next is Dee Oliver. Dee is Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, and she is in the funeral director. That's right. I can't remember that. And she is at large. Next is Jeff Hodson. Jeff is in real estate also, and he represents the Beach District. Sitting next to me is Mike Inman. Mike is an attorney, and he is at large. My name is David Weiner. I represent the Kempsville District. I'm in commercial sales. Next to me is Dave Redmond. He is in real estate also, and he represents the Bayside District. And finally, we get to Barry Frankenfield, who is the Director of Planning.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Weiner. And I do have a sheet, so if I make a mistake, I don't have any excuse. So next to me is Carol Dozier and Cole Fisher, who are going to handle your secretary duties and your voting issues. And then on the front row there, we have Carolyn Smith, Kevin Kemp, Bill Landfair, Jimmy McNamara, not in that order. And let's see, who do we have in the back? Jonathan Sanders, Tori Rice, our city attorney, Robert Davis, Carrie Buchholz, and Marshall Coleman.
Thank you. The first order of business is the explanation of the rules as to how we conduct our meetings. Commissioner Kwasny will explain these rules.
Thank you, Chairman Thornton. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the commission with respect and civility. The commission requests that if you have a cell phone, please either silence it or turn it off. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairman will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believes are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. Please note that the actions taken by the commission today are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The Commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next order of business is generally to address the items to be deferred, but I want to take a minute and have a shameless announcement. The combine that you see on the picture up there actually belongs to one of our esteemed members. I asked him why he wasn't in the combine, but he said if you look carefully, you can see him. So anyway.
He's asleep.
So you notice that it's air-conditioned, and there's a radio, and there's a drone that flies around that tells him where to drive it. So anyway, that belongs to our own Don Horsley. Thank you.
And the Hokey Bird on there too represents, you know.
I see. So anyway, the next order of business is to deal with those items to be withdrawn. It has been brought to my attention that we have, let me see my agenda sheet here. We have items number 5 and number 7 and number 8. If you're here to address one of those items, would you please approach the bench, Counselor?
You say withdrawn?
These are deferrals.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach Attorney, representing WPL on case number 5. We've requested a deferral till next month's public hearing so that we can clear up the issue of whether we're compatible with the guidelines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any objection to this matter being deferred? The next item to be deferred is item number 7. Is there someone here to speak on that matter? These were brought to our attention by the staff. And the following item is number 8, the G's Group. Anyone to speak on that matter?
Again, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach Attorney on item number 8. That's being deferred because the existing commercial development with the stormwater system is still being analyzed in the pre-submittal process. So the staff's not ready to move forward because they don't have all the information they need, so we're deferring until that can be handled.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 3 items for deferral, 5 and 7 and 8. May I have a motion that these be deferred?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that items number,
No.
that items number 5, 7, and 8 be deferred.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Call for the...
By a vote of 10 to 0, items number 5, 7, and 8 have been deferred.
Thank you. The next order of business we'll address is those items that will be placed on the consent agenda. The Vice Chair will handle this portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This afternoon, we have 7 items on the consent agenda. The first matter is agenda item number 3, and this is an application for a conditional use permit, communication tower, oh, wrong one, sorry. We had so many pulled.
Potter.
Where are we? Are we at Potter? Sorry. This is an application for a modification of conditions, a farm stand on property located at 1065 First Colonial Road in the Lynn Haven District. Is there a representative for this application here today? You come on up. And if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Walter Potter.
Great, thank you. And are the conditions set forth in the application acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this matter being placed on the consent agenda today? Hearing none, the chairman has asked Commissioner Hornsley to read this in to the record, please.
Thank you, ma'am. In 1996, a conditional use permit for a farm stand was granted at this location. It was a 1,000 square foot stand that was built along with a greenhouse and some sheds. It operated for over 20 years with the same tenant. In 2016, the tenant vacated the property and a new tenant took over and wanted to expand the site, and it came and got a use permit to construct a 2,500 square foot addition to the farm stand. Along with that condition, permitted a portable restroom facility to be placed on the site and used for a period of 1 year. And once complete, a permanent ADA compliant restroom facility would be constructed. Well, the next year, the tenant vacated the property, and the property was, the restrooms were never constructed. And so the owner now of the property would like to have some of those conditions changed, and one of them being the removal of the requirement to build a permanent ADA restroom facility. The owner has no plans on expanding the facility. Staff is recommending that the condition be removed, but they want at least one AD compliant portable restroom remaining on the site. So Commission thought this was a reasonable request, and we didn't have any opposition, so we placed it on the consent agenda.
Thank you. The next matter is agenda item number 4, and this is an application for a conditional use permit, a tattoo parlor on property located at 4640 Haygood Road in the Bayside District. Is there a representative for this application here today? Hi, would you please come up and state your name for the record?
Margaret O'Neill.
Were the conditions set forth in the application acceptable for you?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you so much. Is there any opposition to this being placed on the consent agenda today? Hearing none, the chairman has asked Commissioner Redmond to read this into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application for a conditional use permit for a tattoo parlor on Haygood Road in the Bayside District. Specifically, it's an application for microblading, which is a process of applying permanent makeup. It is entirely restricted to that particular discipline within the tattoo category. Conventional tattoos would not be allowed under this conditional use permit. The shop is in operation today. It has been in operation in an entirely non-intrusive manner. Staff's unaware of any opposition to it. The Planning Commission places it on the consent agenda.
Thank you. The next matter is agenda item number 10. And this is an application for a conditional use permit of religious use on property located at 437 North Bridgeduck Road in the Bayside District. Is there a representative for this application present? Hi, how are you today? Good. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Van Yang.
Great, thank you. And are the conditions set forth in the application acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you so much. Is there any opposition to this being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, the chairman has asked Commissioner Inman to read this into the record.
Thank you. This is a request for a conditional use permit for religious use at 437 North Witchduck Road. It's a request to construct a 2,300 square foot building on the site that will serve as a Buddhist shrine. According to the application, the worshipers will typically visit the shrine for approximately 10 to 15 minutes. A maximum number of 6 worshipers are anticipated in the main gathering space at any one time. Planned hours of operation are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday and Wednesday to Sunday. 1 or 2 employees are planned to be at the site during hours of operation. There are 6 parking spaces on the site, which would be deemed to be adequate. The proposed building exterior features Far East influences, and the materials are white vinyl, off-white vinyl siding and a reddish-brown asphalt shingle roof. The conditions to which the applicant has just stated he agreed and are suggested by the staff is that when the site is developed, it will be in conformity with plans that were submitted by the applicant showing the shrine and its surrounding improvements, and that the exterior proposed 2-story building will adhere in appearance and materials and to the elevations submitted, and all lighting on the site will be directed downward and not to spill over on adjoining properties. Having this information before us, we wanted to put it on the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. The next matter is agenda item number 11. And this is an application for a conditional use permit, a child care education center within a religious use, and a modification of conditions, conditional use permits approved by City Council in 1964 for religious use on the property located at 509 South Rosemont Road in the Rose Hall District. Is there a representative for this application here today? Hello. You'll state your name for the record, please.
Denise Joyner.
And are the conditions set forth in the application acceptable to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you so much. Is there any opposition to this application being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, the chairman has asked Commissioner Wall to read this into the record.
Thank you. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to operate a child care education center within the St. Francis Episcopal Church. The applicant is also requesting a modification of the conditional use permit for a religious use, which was approved in 1964 in order to add signage beyond requirements of the zoning ordinance. According to the applicant, the proposed child care center had previously been located on Rosemont Road. The proposed use will be limited to 3,000 square feet of classroom space within the existing church. The anticipated enrollment will be 60 children between the ages of 6 weeks to 5 years old. 4 staff persons are expected to be employed for the use. Hours of operation are 6:30 to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. The school will be adjacent to the city park, and which will allow a safe place for outdoor recreation. No changes are proposed to the site layout of the existing building. Parking spaces will be adequate for the site. There are currently 3 existing non-conforming signs. The applicant proposes 1 additional sign whose location will be non-conforming, but that we find acceptable. The conditions are amenable to the applicant. There's no known opposition, and staff recommends approval. Therefore, we place this item on the consent agenda.
Great, thank you. The next matter is agenda item number 12, and this is an application for a street closure at Potomac Street, unimproved west side of Independence Boulevard in the Bayside District. Is there a representative? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Mr. Chairman, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach Attorney, representing the applicant on this request. First of all, I want to thank Ashby Moss for her diligent work on this application, which was filed in 2014 originally. All of the 5 conditions as recommended by staff are acceptable to my client. I did have a conversation earlier today with Christine Gay, who pointed out to me that when we filed the original application, she made a recommendation, written recommendation, when we deferred, and she pointed out to me that we had followed her recommendation and what is here before you today, some 4 years plus later. And it reminded me of a client that we worked with Christine on a number of years ago on a development, and after numerous meetings, he looked over to me when we were in the meeting together, and he said, well, I know one thing, I know what we're going to name the road in this development. It's called Christine's Way. And sorry that we're losing Christine, but we'll miss her very much, and I hope everybody has a nice Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this application being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, the chairman has asked Commissioner Redmond to read this into the record.
Mr. Chairman, this is an application of Columbus 4692 Associates LLC for a street closure at Potomac Street, the unimproved portion of Potomac Street on the west side of Independence Boulevard. We'll come up with something related to Christine Gay, I guess, at some future point. This particular unimproved paper street has been on the record for a very long time. However, in recent years, there's been an entirely new development plan this is in the Greater Town Center area, by the way, immediately adjacent to where the new Wegmans supermarket is being constructed. There is a plan associated with that larger development wherein this particular portion of unimproved roadway would simply make no sense. It's inconceivable to me in any way, in any event, that you would have a road that close to a shopping center entrance and then also to the intersection at Virginia Beach Boulevard. Nonetheless, when this is closed, this particular piece of property will be incorporated into what's called the Office Max parcel, which is a part of this larger development. It makes for a much more coherent land use and a much more sensible pattern of development. There is no opposition to this application. The staff recommends approval, and the commission concurs by consent. Thank you.
Thank you. The next matter is agenda item number D1. And this is an application for a change in nonconformity on property located at 4201 Oceanfront Avenue in the Beach District.
Mr. Chairman, Oliver, members of the commission, my name is Les Watson. I'm a local attorney. I represent the applicants. We've reviewed the conditions and we're in full agreement.
Thank you very much. Is there any opposition to this application being placed on the consent agenda today? Hearing none, the chairman has asked Commissioner Hodgson to read this into the record.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Get the glasses on, I can't see anymore. The applicants are requesting to expand the second-story living space of their home, which will include an upper-level connection between the house and the garage and a second floor to the garage. As the site is zoned R 7.5 residential district, 2 single-family houses are not permitted on one lot. As such, in order to expand the footprint of the single-family home use, a change in nonconformity is required. It's the applicant's intention to maintain the use as a single-family dwelling and not attempt to create a garage apartment for future short-term rentals. No additional kitchen is proposed or will be permitted. Staff finds the request to be acceptable and recommends approval. The commission agrees, and we have placed it on our consent agenda.
Thank you. The next matter is agenda item number D3. And this is an ordinance to amend section 232 of the city zoning ordinance pertaining to communication towers. And Mr. Kemp is going to read this and explain this to us all today.
Thank you, Commissioner Oliver. For the record, Kevin Kemp, Zoning Administrator. This amendment, it syncs up our ordinance with legislation that was passed by the General Assembly this past year regarding the regulation of cell towers. What it does, it really minimizes what we can ask for in reviewing cell towers. I will give you a few of the main differences. First is any tower less than 50 feet, it will be approved or reviewed and approved administratively and will not come before you or council. There is no longer a fall zone. We can no longer require landscaping. And lastly, in review of it, we can no longer require there to be balloon tests or photo simulations of what the tower will look like. But this is a housekeeping issue in the form that it does sync our ordinance with the state legislature.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that was the last item on the consent agenda, and I would like to move to approve consent agenda items number 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, D1, and D3.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Horsley.
Vote is open.
By a vote of 10 to 0, agenda items number 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, D1, and D3 have been approved.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the applicants who had a matter on the consent agenda today for attending today's meetings. These items will now be scheduled on the City Council agenda. The next order of business will address the remaining matters on our agenda. Would the Secretary please call the first item?
The first item being heard today is agenda item number 1, PI Tower Development, LLC. This is an application for a conditional use permit communication tower on property located at 5238 Chaladin Drive. Is there an applicant here to speak? If you could please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Lisa Murphy. I'm a local attorney, and I'm here today on behalf of the applicant. I would like to thank Jonathan Sanders for working with us on this diligently. This will probably pull it up. As most of you all know, the recession greatly increased the number of wireless-only homes. Back years ago when I started doing this, there was 10% or fewer of homes were wireless only. When the recession hit, folks started getting rid of their landlines. Most of us either have it and don't use it or don't have a landline. In fact, 52% of Americans are wireless only at home. That number is 70% for millennials, so they don't even know what a wireline phone is. So you have the number of users, especially in residential areas, increasing dramatically, but you also have the number of uses increasing dramatically. You have people using their phones as basically their laptop. They're downloading, they're streaming, there's somebody videotaping today's session. I don't know if they're streaming it live, but all of these things take data and capacity and additional antennas, which is why we're here today. The proposed tower, the initial user on this tower will be T-Mobile, as it indicates in the staff report. T-Mobile's existing network has a hole in it. They've got existing towers to the north, a tower that they're co-located on that Crown Communications owns. To the east, about a mile, they're on an SBA tower off of Baxter Road. To the south, there's a tower at the Fairfield Shopping Center that T-Mobile is already on, and that's just under 0.8 of a mile away. So as you can see, towers are starting to get closer and closer together. These are within a mile. The closest site to the west is about 2 miles away. I'll show you the propagation maps, although I think you've got these in your packet. This just shows you the existing coverage, the dark green being excellent coverage, the tower to the north at Witch Duck, to the east at Baxter Road, and then you've got the existing hole here. The proposed communication tower, which is the pole itself is a 170-foot monopole with a 5-foot lightning rod. And that would enable T-Mobile to be able to plug that hole with a nice dark green, good solid coverage, both in the residential areas and in the commercial areas. It is difficult to cover residential areas, so as the staff report indicates, we really work to locate a tower site that would be out of view of a right-of-way and away from residential structures. So you're trying to get antennas to homes without putting in a place that's too obtrusive. The photo sims you have in your application or in the packets you have shows, and as the staff report indicates, there's a small portion that would be visible above the tree line. This will be built for T-Mobile, as I said, the initial user and 3 additional users. So other carriers would be able to enhance their networks by utilizing this pole. The applicant submitted, I think Kay went over this with you all, but as part of the city's requirement, the applicant is required to submit a proof that it complies with federal law with regard to emissions, and the applicant has submitted that near report, and it shows the emissions are thousands of times below what the federal maximum level is, and we are fully compliant in that regard from a federal standpoint. If we could, these show you the photo stems. This is the location of the structure. So we worked with the owner of the property to place the tower behind the existing building. One of the conditions, condition number 7, addresses some of the cleanup that'll happen in the front of the property. There's a shipping container. There's some additional bulk storage that's in the front of that property that the applicant will be working with the property owner to remove, and that'll happen within 2 months of the commencement of construction. As the staff report indicates, we comply with the zoning ordinance and the requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. As Commissioner Weiner indicated at the informal session, we did reach out to the Fairfield Civic League, as well as through Commissioner Weiner, the Caroline Farm Civic League, and I've made myself available and accessible. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, and we would respectfully request that you recommend approval of this application. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions of Mrs. Murphy? Left, right, thank you.
We do also have one speaker in opposition. Would Mr. Donald Berger come forward, please? You could state your name for the record, sir.
Pardon me?
State your name for the record, please. State your name for the record, please.
Oh, okay. My name is Donald Berger, and I live in that house that was just shown a few minutes ago, about 300 feet from where this proposed tower is going to be. But anyway, I was at the 9 o'clock meeting this morning, and I realized that the government has decreed that communication towers are safe. But other governments have more concern for its citizens. In China, the law is that pregnant women have to wear protective clothing to protect the unborn child. In Beijing, pregnant women are stopped in the street by policemen and checked for protective clothing over the pregnant womb. The countries that have the strictest limiting EMF in telephones are Russia and Iran. In a lecture that Putin gave to his assembly, Putin said, "We don't need to go to war with America. America is committing collective suicide by the way it's using electricity. All we have to do is wait until they're all in the psychiatric hospital." In an EMF study in Sweden, there was found strong correlation between the location with high EMF level and Alzheimer's disease. And the examples of the risk to health goes on and on and on. And research shows the government's evaluation of EMF hazard is completely wrong. EMF from communication towers have caused headaches, insomnia, sleep disturbance, ear ringing, fatigue, cognitive disturbance, irritability, tumors, cancer, infertility, autism, and DNA damage. A friend of mine once told me that where there's big money, there's big greed. I suspect there's a lot of corruption going on in the communication business. Recently, the federal government appointed the head lobbyist for the telecommunication industry to be the head of the Federal Communications Commission. Perhaps a conflict of interest. Remember when the government did not stop tobacco interests from causing very serious health hazards to people? Now the communication interests are causing very serious health hazards to people. And how about men becoming infertile? One researcher believes that within 2 generations, we will no longer be able to father children. I know that because the government is saying communications are safe, you will approve the tower in Kempsville. But I asked, why can it not be built away from people? Does the city of Virginia Beach have control over what and where is being built? I'm sure there's some place out there that's a lot safer than 300 feet from my home.
Excuse me, sir, you've reached your 5 minutes, so summarize quickly.
Okay, well, one final thought. Would any of you on this council want a tower built within 300 feet of your house if you had done the research on the hazards of EMF? Thank you.
We also have one more speaker. Would Ms. Barb Messner come to the podium, please? You could state your name for the record, ma'am.
Barbara Messner. I've spoken before
city council opposing the cell towers, and I've sent correspondence to the city manager. I'm used to seeing the city manager over there. On all the dangers. It's supposed to be 1 mile for safety, at least 1 mile for many residents, not 300 feet. So I definitely oppose it. I understand the lobby issues, but, you know, in other countries, they don't allow the towers to be built close to homes. And since I'm speaking on public safety, the LED lights, the research on that I've sent to the city manager and to different people at the city. Those are extremely dangerous. It's horrible, poor lighting, and it's very bad for your retina if anyone does the research. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all.
That is all. Okay, any, would you have any comments, rebuttal comments, Ms. Murphy?
Sure. Quickly, as I mentioned, the applicant is required by the ordinance, submitted a NEAR report, which is a report that estimates what the emissions at ground level will be. And in this case, it'll be thousands of times, as I indicated, below the maximum level that the government sets. The antennas operating on the tower itself, the emissions are meant to go outward, and at ground level where people are, the emissions are next to nothing. I don't know how many of you all were on the commission at the time, but I did a second tower at First Colonial High School. As you all probably know, the city has encouraged the use of high schools for communications towers. They're mostly on top of light poles on football fields. And we actually did a reading at the base of an existing tower, and the emissions coming off of people's the radios on their boats was coming through stronger than any of the emissions from the tower. So I think there's a confusion as far as the antenna operations and that thing that you have that's sitting in your pocket or sitting in your purse or sitting in your lap or is very close to you. So there's an important distinction. But again, as Kay indicated, once the applicant shows that they're fully compliant with federal law, the Congress has determined that it's not really within the local governing body's purview. But I assure you they're safe. They wouldn't be at the schools if they weren't safe or if there was any question. I know Mr. Horsley, to answer the question that one of the folks had, has a tower very near his house, and on his property. And I don't think this is really an issue where there is any more study, and certainly not something that can be considered at this point, again, given that the applicant is fully compliant.
Any further questions with Ms. Murphy? Thank you. With that, we will close the public hearing and take up the matter amongst ourselves. Does anybody have any questions or make a motion? Don?
Ms. Murphy, I didn't know you knew I had a tower in my backyard, but you never know what people know about you, do you? But we do have a tower. I don't know if it's 300 feet, but it's probably 400 feet or something from my backyard, back door. But we've had no problems with it. I mean, it's virtually, you don't even realize it's there. So we got some trees around us, and you know, we very seldom ever see it. So the tower is not a nuisance to us where we are. But the towers are becoming more and more essential to the everyday life of all of us. And as Ms. Murphy said, you know, people are doing away with landlines and the telephones. The communications is key to everything that we do now. So I don't have a problem with it. Mr. Weiner?
I was going to ask Mrs. Wilson, because she briefed us on something this morning about what we can and what we cannot do about safety issues for towers.
That would be part of the new ordinance that you all have passed now, but also that Ms. Murphy is, of course, correct that the federal government has said that EMF emissions are not a debatable issue for the locality.
With that, I'll make a motion for approval.
I have a motion by Mr. Dave. Any second?
I'll second.
Weiner? Thank you.
Vote is open.
By a vote of 10-0, agenda item number 1 has been approved. Our next order of business is agenda item number 2, Thin Brew Line Brewing Company. This is an application for a conditional use permit, craft brewery and open air market on property located at 1375 Oceana Boulevard. Is there a representative here for the application? You can state your name for the record, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you give us an idea as to what your plans are and anything you'd like us to know to help us make our decision?
The idea of the brewery is to bring the community together to honor those who sacrifice every day for the community, for the well-being of all of us, and just a way to, you know, show how good the people that are making the beer are, and I mean, just to bring the community together, pretty much.
Typically, if this is a consent item, we ask you if the conditions are acceptable. Is that, so we'll need to ask you that question. Are the conditions the staff has put forth, are you agreeable to those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant?
I've got a couple questions. The music from the brewery. So there's no live music planned at the brewery. Okay. What about exterior-wise?
For the music, it would be inside.
Everything would be inside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. It states, no live music is proposed, but I just wanted to make sure. I mean, it's a fairly small patio, but,
Yes.
Occasionally they can fit live music on.
We'll make sure it's kept at the corrected level.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you. Stand by for rebuttal.
Would Ms. Barb Mesner come to the podium again, please?
I didn't catch the applicant's name, but it's my understanding, and I'm here for a deferral. I've already contacted Barry Frankenfield, the mayor, Ms. Henley, and I did contact Mr. Wall, but he didn't receive the photographs that I sent. I want a deferral because the applicant is Venture Realty, that's Doug Ellis, Ellis Gibson, Kate Sesmas Napolitano, and, there are some conflicts with people who vote. As a resident of Red Wing for 22 years, I've watched uncontrolled growth. I've watched the city and planning. We had no advance notice that they were closing the main entrance to Red Wing Park, to Red Wing Park and our neighborhood. They took away the traffic light. I would like for y'all to have all of the information that's up on Venture Realty's site because it shows a fuel station, a gas station, an open-air market, and these signs went up October 28th. And the first notice that residents had, if they read the beacon, was October 28th, prior to the elections. There were no notices. Mr. Frankenfield, you're aware that on the Owls Creek, which many of us objected to, there were, I believe, 2,000 registered notices sent to the neighborhoods. I've talked to the churches, the schools, and residents, and no one has been notified. So our due process to research this, I've done FOIA requests, has not been met. We've had horrible problems with Diesel Bar that was there, loud music at 2 in the morning. That building, they've already started the project. You saw the sign up there. This is the first public meeting. They've also bleached out the signs. There's no exit onto Oceana Boulevard. But those signs have been bleached out and people are exiting. Like I said, it's almost impossible to get an attorney who can come here on this short notice, but attorneys have been contacted. This is an out-of-state brewery. If you look at Venture Realty's website, it shows what their plans are, and there was an ad for the brewery, Thin Brew Line. We don't need to use the vets and the police and everyone else as an excuse for the breweries, which are taxpayer subsidized. over 4 million taxpayer dollars, state and local. There's been crashes from drunk people. There's no food sales with these breweries. They have no restaurant requirements. The brick wall for the church and the Montessori school has been crashed into at least 4 times from drunk drivers thinking they're going from Eaglewood Drive onto General Booth Boulevard. And I would like to ask if I can, if any of the pictures that I've sent to Mr. Wall, which he said he didn't get, or Mr. Frankenfield, which that correspondence started on November 2nd, if any of that information is available for the monitor so I can show people.
I received your email at 10 o'clock on my iPad, and I couldn't
No,
forward
there
it.
was,
Well, you didn't ask, so
right, 10 o'clock, but the correspondence started with Rick Lohman at Traffic, and I went back and forth with zoning permits as far as, you know, why these signs are on the building and why there's advertising.
Ma'am,
Yes.
you've hit your 5 minutes. Would you
Right.
take a minute and summarize your key points, your points of objection, and then let us deal with those one at a time?
Yes, sir. My key point is there was no notification, unless you happen while you're driving and the traffic is stopped, to see those 2 signs that went up October 28th. And the notice in the paper did not have the city logo above it. And I just happened to research it because I saw those signs and people exiting onto Oceana Boulevard. Like I said, there isn't sufficient time. I did do FOIA request because I've asked that the main entrance and the stoplight, it's a 6-lane divided highway, that be reopened. So to add more traffic and a gas station right there across from the commissary and where all these homeowners are is a public safety issue, not to mention environmental impact with an industrial brewery. So there's public safety, there's due process, and I see no reason why we can't have a 60-day deferral.
Anybody have any questions of the speaker? Jeff?
Quick one. Do you live in a neighborhood right adjacent to it?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
But there's 2, like I said, there's 4 churches, there's a school that has infant care now, and there's a neighborhood behind it. I think it's Beacon's Reach. So, yeah, that shopping center sat vacant for a long time. And the brewery caused a lot of the diesel bar caused a lot of problems. So that's the last thing we need. The current tenants are all great. But I don't think they realize that the people that go into breweries, they can bring their own food, they can use a food truck. They're not going to be using the Surf Rider restaurant. They're going to be staying in the bar. So I oppose, the taxpayer subsidies for this. Like I said, it's over $4 million that we're subsidizing breweries, and we have other needs in the city other than breweries backing up to neighborhoods, churches, and schools.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Do you have any comments to make on those allegations?
I do have some comments. We did not put the pictures in your package, but we did put Ms. Mesner's letter in your package, or email in your package this morning. The sign went up on site a month, 30 days ahead of time. As far as we know, it was reported to us and a picture was sent to us with that date. The adjacent property owners, we sent out 21 letters to adjacent property owners on the 28th or 29th? 29th. The advertisements were in the paper 21 days ahead of time on 2 weekends. What am I missing? Anything? And posted on the city website as well. So notification was as required and in advance.
Thank you. Any further questions from the commissioners? Any other speakers in opposition? Would the applicant like to come back to the podium and address those issues in a matter of rebuttal? And again, state your name.
Melissa Freer, sorry.
Spell that.
F-R-E-A-R.
F-R-A-E-R. Okay.
E-A-R, sorry. E-A-R.
E-A-R. Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to address that the signs were sent to us on October 1st to pick up. We picked them up, we put them right where we were supposed to put them. In comment to us ruining relationships with the restaurants near us, we actually have meetings with all of them to work out like a loyalty plan for to send the people that come into the brewery to the restaurants, and the food that it is to be brought into the brewery would be from them or the food truck that we have only. As well as, it's not a late night club, it's not a bar, it's a brewery, and nobody's there to get drunk or intoxicated. They're there to enjoy, you know, the atmosphere and pay respects to what we have done.
Any questions of Ms. Ferrer? Karen?
Would you be amenable to a condition prohibiting live music outside the restaurant? Okay, because I do think there's a residential neighborhood in the area, and that might alleviate some concern there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, other questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack?
Oh, I do have one comment, but it's more for traffic engineering than.
Sure. Not
yep.
you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Except before we have, I just, yeah, because, you know, Rick gave a great brief earlier today, so I think it'd be appropriate.
Mr. Wallace said I could come up. I would greatly appreciate it.
No, we were
I
looking
didn't,
for
no, I meant traffic engineering.
traffic engineer.
Rick.
You're right, Rick Lemons. That's who I was.
We're asking the traffic engineer to come
Okay.
up.
Okay, but there are 22 business owners, it's not the 600 neighbors. So we were not notified.
You only get notified if you touch the property. She can't understand that.
Anybody want to know?
Hi, Rick Lohman, Traffic Engineering.
Good afternoon, Jack.
afternoon.
Proceed.
Okay, you just gave a great brief concerning Eaglewood Drive earlier, today, this morning.
Okay.
And I don't know if you could restate that, because I think that it would clear up some of the traffic, conflict that, maybe the neighbors might have with the, anything that might go into that commercial development
Right.
at that intersection.
All I can say is that the applicant, the shopping center did make improvements to Eaglewood Drive at the intersection with Oceana Boulevard back when the property was rezoned 10 years ago, maybe longer than that. But they improved the approach there. They added some turn lanes. They made some signal modifications to improve the capacity of traffic leaving Eaglewood going onto Oceana Boulevard. So that was required of them with the rezoning. And so those improvements were made, like I said, with all this development in mind. And this proposed brewery, the trip generation for this falls right in line with what a normal shopping center would be, which includes, food, specialty retail, different, anchor stores, and then, of course, breweries.
Other questions for Rick? Ron?
So this use is not a tipping point of any sort that requires any additional improvements that you can imagine?
No, sir. Like I said, this is just like a eating and drinking establishment, which is one of the typical uses that you find inside shopping centers, and that's what the improvements were based on, was a certain square footage of shopping center use. Like I said, which includes the uses that are in there, and then this would fall right in there.
Thank you. Jack, you got another question?
Hey, Rick, I've got one last thing. Sorry. You mentioned about the light timing. So light timing has been improved recently, or is it something that was improved when the structure was built?
Improvements were made to the traffic signal and to the lanes there
Okay.
with the rezoning. But recently, at the request of Ms. Messner, to me, traffic operations has modified the light timings a little bit to try to allow for more green time to get out of the Eaglewood neighborhood, and also to add more green time to Oceana at General Booth Boulevard. So we were asked to take a look at it by Ms. Messner, and traffic operations did that, and they were able to find some time to modify those signal timings.
Okay. All right, good.
Any other questions? We'll let you sit down this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing and make for discussion. Dave Redmond first, and then Jeff.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the application.
I'll second that, but I just want to say that, a couple comments real quick. I have one in my neighborhood at the end of my street, and I think it's surrounded by, I just tried to do the math, I think 5 restaurants right around it, and I know the brewery does feed a lot of or back and forth, the restaurants there, so I don't think it's a concern of mine that it's going to take business necessarily away from the eating establishments. This has been an underutilized shopping center for quite a number of years, very large parking. I don't see this being anything like the nightclub Diesel that was there, so I have no issues, and I will second your motion.
And Karen had something to say before we vote.
That strip center has been empty for quite some time, and I think we have so much of that throughout Virginia Beach. It's nice to see some quality establishments going into those, and I think that this is one of them, and an area where that's needed. I want to make sure that the motion includes the condition for the containment of the music to be inside the brewing establishment.
There was no live entertainment outside.
No live entertainment outside. Yes, thanks, Barry.
Mr. Chairman, I'll clarify my motion to include a condition that prohibits outdoor music,
Okay, thank you.
live outdoor music.
A second from Jeff. Finally, thank you. Oh, sorry.
By a vote of 10 to 0, agenda item number 2 has been approved with the added condition. Our next order of business is agenda item number 6, Piney Grove Baptist Church. This is an application for a modification of conditions religious use on property located at 2804 Highland Road. Is there a representative here for the application? Could you come to the podium, please? If you could state your name for the record, sir.
D.L. Williams, pastor of Piney Grove Baptist Church.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Give us in a quick summary what you're here for and anything that you think we need to know to help make our decision a little easier.
The church has put in an application to have a condition removed, which is the condition that states that when the church is not in usage, that we will employ motion sensors on our parking lot lights to illuminate the parking lot. This condition was born out of the church's need to have the lights on 24 hours, well, not 24 hours, but all throughout the night, as other churches have, so that we can have safety in our parking lot when the church is not in use. However, when our building project was complete, we discovered that the lights in which we have closest to the church illuminate the church in such a way that we don't have to have all the parking lot lights fully illuminated throughout the night. Also, the church has had a lot of rebuttal from the community about having lights on all night long. This commission recommended that instead of having our lights on as a compromise, that we would go to the motion sensor lights. We now see that that's not relevant for us to have those lights, being that, again, the lights closest to the church illuminate the church in such a way that we have the safety that we initially wanted. The second reason we want to have that condition removed is because we feel that having those motion sensor lights will be a further nuance to the community. We already have some calls, handful of calls from the community that complain about our lights going off at 9:50 p.m. Right now, we have an automatic shut-off for our main parking lot lights that cut our lights off at 9:50, and we've had some complaints about our lights being on until 9:50. So we feel that having motion sensor lights coming on with pets coming through the parking lot, cars, skateboarders, bikers coming through the parking lot, turn those lights on all time of night, early in the morning would be a further nuance to the community. The third reason we wanted to have that condition removed is because the engineer that worked on our project stated to us that he had never seen a motion sensor system put on parking lot lights. He said in all his 30 years, that's something that he had never done. Contacted some of his peers and colleagues, couldn't get any information from them as well. From my understanding, there's no other organizational business in the city that has such type of lights on their system. And so because there were some issues with our engineer, even trying to come up with a way to do motion sensor lights, we also felt that it was unfair for that condition to be placed on us when there's nobody else in the city that has motion sensor lights on their parking lot lights. So for those three reasons, the church put in an application to have that condition removed so that we wouldn't be held accountable for honoring that condition.
Thank you. Any questions of the pastor?
You
Karen?
said that only some of the lights are on an automatic shut-off right now?
So our main parking lot lights are on automatic shut-off. If you can look at this picture here, all the lights that are in this purple box, it seems, those lights are on automatic shut-off. The lights that are closer to the handicap parking and that are close to the very front of the church, we also have some lights going to on the right side of the church around the back that are illuminated all night long. And we feel like those lights illuminate enough to keep the church safe and that the church is not in darkness all throughout the night. So these, again, lights that are in the purple box, they shut off at 9:50.
Did they have a manual override that you could manually override if you vacated the property prior to 9:50?
Do they have a manual override? Yes, they do.
So you could put those on a timer that goes off at dark. You could adjust the lights with the system you have now to go off and keep them off at night.
Our main parking lot, yes.
In the purple?
Yes.
Okay. You just happen to
Alternatively,
have
you
them
could
set now at 9:50.
They're set up,
You
they're
could
set
set
at
'em-
9:50 now.
You could set them at 7 o'clock if you wanted, or whenever.
We could set them at 7 o'clock.
So they're not
However,
on.
we have them set according to the business operation of the
Sure.
church. The church does not shut down until 9 p.m. All of our ministries, they have up until 8:30 to have choir rehearsals, whatever. We have 33 ministries in our church. So whatever they're meeting for, they have until about 8:30 or 9 to shut down their meetings. And then we have our lockup person who's responsible for doing the cleanup. We give people opportunity and give our lockup person opportunity to do their final cleaning. And he's probably vacated the premises no later than 10. So we have them shut off by 9:50.
Do you have something going on almost every night?
Yes.
Okay. Dee?
That was the question. Thank you.
So just about every night of the week, you need those lights on until the last person leaves?
Right.
Okay.
And we have a staff person who's staffed Monday through Friday that's there from 5 until 9 p.m.
Okay.
He does his final, again, cleaning up, and he's generally out there about 9:30, 9:40. So he's on full staff.
Other questions? Questions? Thank you.
All right.
Stand by for rebuttal.
Thank you.
We do have one speaker in support as well. Will Miss Linda Russell come to the podium, please? State your name for the record, please.
Linda Russell, and I guess you know about lights. Okay, I would like to add, this morning, Frankenberry was saying some really nice things about this church, and I would like to add that they also have a food pantry, and they have that from not just one day a week, every Tuesday from 10 until 2. And that might be some of the reason that maybe the lights are on longer or something, because when you get food for the food pantry, that's, you have to go after business is closed. So I imagine that might be something. I would also like to say that I hope there's some,
Start on
that this community, I go to this church. Sometimes I'm the only white person there. And they treat me really, really nice. And I watched this. I've been here 50 years in my neighborhood. And I do hope they find some common ground, because we know all about the shootings and everything. And the synagogue, a week before the synagogue, little is said about the grocery store shootings, and they actually tried to get into a black church, okay? So I hope that they find some common ground with this and make it work for them, and I support what the preacher wants, okay?
Thank you.
Also have two speakers in opposition. Would Mr. Buddy Sparrow please come to the podium?
Yeah, before we start on the opposition side, I need to make a small announcement. This application is about changing a proffer for parking lot lights. We've all gotten lots of information and letters and so forth about other issues. Those other issues are being handled by the zoning office. So today, we're only here about the lights. If you have a comment that has to do with drainage or parking or noise or whatever it is that you're concerned about, we're not going to take those up today. They've asked for a modification of a proffer that deals with the requirement to keep lights on, and we are dealing with that matter. So, we welcome your comments, but if you've got lots of comments about things that don't have to do with these lights, we would respectfully request that you take those up with Kevin, with the staff at the zoning level, because he is well aware of every problem that you've brought to his attention, and they're working on those matters. So with that, we'd like the first speaker to come forth.
If you could state your name for the record, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Buddy Sparrow. I reside at 2813 Bald Eagle Road, directly adjacent to Piney Grove Baptist Church. I believe some of the commissioners had an opportunity last week to visit the site and see firsthand the impact it's had on our community. They removed a large wooded residential lot and replaced it with a parking lot elevated 4.5 feet above the original elevation. The uniqueness of this project justifies examining some unique alternatives to help this project fit in with the community. Both the community and various city employees have confirmed on numerous occasions where the property is not in use every evening. I believe some of you have received emailed photographs supporting that condition. Based on those observations, there seems to be some disparity as to the definition of the term in use. Do the lights in the parking lot adjacent to the community need to be on if the building isn't in use? Additionally, in an email to staff, Pastor William noted, when people do come to the site at night during the week, the car volume is not so abundant that cars will be parking near the homes. This is the northern parking lot he's referring to. They will logically park closer to the building and not away from the building. If this is in fact the case, which is what we as residents have observed, why do those lights need to be on in the first place? Additionally, as Pastor Williams noted, there are several lights not attached to the building that remain on all night. The condition as written now requires only the lights attached to the building that can be on all evening. There's no request in this modification to have those other lights on all night long. If manual switching and timers can be replaced by motion sensors, then the definition of in use becomes quite plain. When somebody enters the parking lot, the lights will come on. There's been discussion about the potential for motion sensors to become a nuisance to the community due to triggering by squirrels and plastic bags. I'm not sure what type of motion sensors the folks bringing this up have experience with, but as a homeowner with motion sensors both in and outside of my house, that's not what I've observed. The sensors are adjustable, and you can adjust the sensitivity in the area that they're monitoring. I believe cost has been raised as a concern. The lights that were ordered have an option for a built-in motion sensor from the factory. It appears that wasn't ordered. In closing, I ask this commission not only to retain the requirement for the motion sensors, but remove the language in use and require that the lights in the parking lot be on motion sensors all the time, ensuring the safety of the congregation and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Sparrow? Thank you, sir.
We do also have one more speaker, Ms. Donna Willie. Would you please come to the podium? And she is also representing the Highland Pines group, so she'll get 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Willie, and I reside at 2900 Bald Eagle Bend, which is directly behind the parking lot in the church facility. Thank you for having me here today to provide perspective on the proposed modification for Condition 8. I think it's important to note that we are here today because the applicant never complied with the condition as required. The plans were approved with assurance that the applicant would fully comply with all approved conditions. The applicant has now retroactively proposed a modification simply to avoid original obligations to the community. The proposed change strikes the portion of the condition that requires the applicant to have the lights on motion sensors. Because the scope of the project in the parking lot's location adjacent to residential area, City Council added that condition requiring motion sensors. The adjacent homeowner supported this requirement and continues to support this requirement. We ask that the modification request be denied and that the condition requiring motion sensors remain in force as originally written. We ask that the 9 lights in the parking lot behind the homes, which is in the northern section behind our homes, remain off and on motion sensors only, and to only be manually turned on when this portion of the parking lot will be used for events where attendance is high. We ask that the 4 lights behind the home be fitted with shields as required for the conditions. We ask that City Council clarify the meaning in use because the conditions do not provide the use of a timer or a 10 p.m. cutoff. And we do not feel either should be substituted for the original language of in use. In use is very standard language defined as the facility is being occupied. So perhaps the condition needs to be worded differently so it's clear and concise and specifically states occupied. Otherwise, it's going to be an ongoing issue of semantics. Our desires can be supported based on the following factors. The finished grade of the parking lot is now 4 feet above the original grade of the land used to construct this parking lot. Every tree was cut down in the buffer area between the church and the homes. These were mature, tall trees that were to remain many as feasible per the conditions. Those tall trees would have provided a sizable buffer to screen the parking lot lights. The shrubs we have now are not healthy as they once were when originally planted, and they're actually shorter than they were at the time of planting. They typically grow about a foot per year if healthy and maintained. It will be at least 10 years before they reach full height. The planning director believes they will grow 2 feet a year. I understand he wants to believe that, but if that was the case, they would be 6 foot tall today, and they're barely 3 feet or under. The light poles in the parking lot, a total of 9, are 18 feet tall, meaning that they stand 22 feet above the adjacent lots. All fixtures are installed facing the homes where the light shines directly into our backyards and our bedroom windows. The lighting in the parking lot behind our homes spills over into our yards and homes because of their proximity, and a few lights are still not shielded. The condition states that all lighting must be directed downward and not spill over into adjacent residential lots. All lots that remain on for security also must be shielded. Most importantly, and in direct contradiction to the condition, none of the light fixtures are on motion sensors. Every light fixture was ordered devoid of any option to fit the motion sensors and shields which were required per the conditions. This is important because these options would have satisfied the approved conditions for abatement excessive lighting at night, and it would also be compatible with adjacent homes. The motion sensors would control the light and alleviate excessive lighting, and a shield on every light would minimize glare and light spillover. These options were a mandated requirement specifically drafted into the CUP and agreed to the applicant at time of approval. There are 9 lights installed in the parking lot directly behind the adjacent homes. All lights stay on until 10 p.m. or later. I am there every night, and this is what I am seeing. Out of 9 of those lights, only 6 light poles have been retrofitted with shields. A light fixture up front also remains on all night for security purpose, and that light is required to be shielded per the conditions. We continue to ask City Management to ask the applicant to abide by the condition and install the remaining shields to follow the CUP. The height and design of the light cannot be directed downward without a shield. The church's engineer determined the parking lot lights were all in compliance and not contributing to spillover on our properties, and for that reason, the city is not requiring shields on the remaining light poles. That determination, however, was made before any spillover assessment was done and before any shields were even installed. He eventually performed a spillover assessment on the church's property only with the lights on. To get an accurate reading of light spillover on our properties, he would have had to be standing on our property and take a reading with the lights on and then another reading with the lights off. Councilwoman Henley visited my home one evening and we turned off every interior and exterior light in my home. My entire house was illuminated from the backyard to the front door. And yet the lighting engineer was firm that the parking lot lights were not contributing to glare and spillover. His determination was objectively false, and the city, at its own expense, paid for custom shields for security floodlights on the back of the building, and it was also documented that the city was offering to pay for the cost of all shields for the light poles in the parking lot as well, when this is clearly a condition. The proposed modification eliminates the eliminates the requirement for motion sensors on all lights. However, the motion sensors were included in the condition for specific purposes of protecting the security of the lot late at night by also alleviating excessive lighting when the facility was not in use. Motion sensors are a very practical solution and rather inexpensive considering the size of the lot. Motion sensors are installed in a similar fixture in large parking lots in our city, such as car dealerships and a few parking garages. And this was confirmed by another reputable lighting company who said that motion sensors are a very practical solution, given this is directly behind residential homes. The motion sensors are also equipped with adjustable settings so you can calibrate the sensors in terms of sensitivity, the area monitored, and how long the triggered light stays on. The lights will not be triggered on and off by a leaf blowing or a squirrel running. The estimate to install the sensors was $1,800 for all 9 light poles behind our homes. However, the applicant received quite a few other estimates of approximately $14,000 to $15,000, and that cost is significantly higher only because the applicant desires to keep the lights on a timer, which takes precedence over the sensors and requires extensive wiring and adding another circuit. So it can be simply done. Motion sensors could have been added last January for only $1,800. So that first estimate was provided to the applicant in January, weeks after the lights were installed. The largest source of dispute is the meaning not in use. The applicant has stated that the facility is in use every night until 10 p.m. In January, the city agreed to a temporary solution where the applicant may have the lights on a timer that would automatically shut them off at 10 p.m. only until the motion sensors were installed. Today, that hasn't even happened. But for 4 or 5 months, city management was stating to us that they were requiring the church to install the motion sensors. However, that wasn't true because the determination letter was drafted at the very beginning of January stating that the applicant was opposed to the motion sensors. So for 4 or 5 months, city staff was telling us that they were researching motion sensors. They were requiring the church to add the motion sensors, but that was never done. Now the applicant seeks to eliminate that portion of the condition, making the temporary agreement a permanent solution, which completely undermines the spirit and intended purpose of the condition itself. Nowhere in the condition does it state anything about a 10 p.m. cutoff time or a timer. Keeping the lights on a timer, the applicant is left to interpret in use by his own interpretation, whereby the applicant has demonstrated by using a timer, the lights will remain on every night regardless, which has been the case for almost a year now. These modifications were unilaterally crafted and implemented by the applicant under the pretense that the facility is in use until 10 p.m. each night of the week. However, most nights the facility is not in use and certainly not until 10 p.m. We're in the position where we feel like we need to physically document this reality with pictures because the applicant's statement of hours of operation is not a reflection of a reality and what we are actually seeing on a nightly basis. And I have lived here for 22 years, and the pattern that remains tonight at night is the same pattern it's been since the beginning when I moved here 22 years ago. We understand that can change, and we support the church's growth and understand this could change, and the lights may be required to be on when the parking lot is completely utilized that night. Just wanted to let you know, we're not opposed to any changes down the road if they grow larger. We're in the position where we feel the nights the facility is not in use, and certainly not until 10 p.m., that we need to physically document this reality with pictures, because the hours of operation is not a reflection of reality or what we're seeing on a nightly basis. Sorry, I just repeated that. The facility is not in use on Friday, Saturday, Sunday evenings, unless it's a holiday or a special event, and those are the nights where we tend to be outside enjoying our homes.
Can you wind up for us, please? You've hit your time limit
Is it 10 minutes? Yeah.
already. Yeah.
It's been 10 minutes already?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay. Is it 10 minutes already? Can I just wind? Okay.
Just one quick
All
summary.
right. Last year, the applicant sent an email stating that volume of cars arriving at night will not be abundant, and those cars will not be parking by the homes. They will logically park closer to the building, away from the homes. Given that admission, motion sensors would best serve the interests of the applicant and alleviate excessive lighting at nighttime. There are no cars arriving or staying late at night for weeknight functions when cars leave around 8:30. There's no cleaning crew staying until 10 p.m., and the reason for leaving the lights on from 9 until 10 p.m. was so his cleaning crew could leave. However, we don't feel that 20 lights have to remain on. When those cars, maybe it's 1 or 2 cars, they're parked directly in front of the church, and that is lit from dusk to dawn. Thank you.
Okay, now, before you go, does anybody have any questions of the speaker?
I do.
Karen?
So Don, I just want to clarify. I know you had a myriad of other issues, and Chairman Thornton had asked that you not delve into those, and so first, I appreciate that you kept it focused on the lights. Your request is for the lights to be on a sensor at all times, and so not on, but on the sensor.
Correct.
Correct, and it's only these lights within the purple framework, right?
Yes, if they remain on a sensor, if anyone desired to drive past there or park there, the lights would motion on, and you can keep those on for 10 or 20 minutes, which is enough
Right.
time if someone wanted to park back there. Also, it would save electricity, which...
I just was asking what, so I could
Okay.
very clearly state what that is. And then the other thing is, you said that not all of the shields have been installed?
Correct. According to the conditions, all lights must be shielded from the residential adjacent homes. In order to abate light spillover and control the light downward, the only way is to do that is a shield. We did consult with another reputable lighting engineer, which came out to the site, and before the shields were installed, and she's like, none of the lights have a shield, and she's never done, and she does many churches, and she works with these exact light fixtures, and she said she's never done a project where the lights were not shielded. So only 6 of the lights have shields because their lighting engineer has determined from day one that all the lights are in compliant and not contributing to spillover on our property. However, I sent you a picture before any lights were shielded, and my entire house was illuminated, inside and outside. That's before any shields were added. The city reluctantly allocated a budget and covered the cost, as far as I was concerned, of the shields, but they said they would only do 6 shields because the church's lighting engineer was adamant that the lights were not contributed to light spillover. But I had another expert lighting engineer who claimed simply the light cannot be directed downward without a shield. Otherwise, that bulb, the light's going to travel sideways, upwards, straight, I mean, every direction, also contributing to the night glow. So having the shields on the lights, which is better, now that we have 6 of them on shields, it's better, and it's controlling the light to where it's more so downward, but there are still 3 lights requiring shields.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Dee has a question.
I have a couple questions. When did Mrs. Henley come out?
She came out to my house in February to assess the lighting.
I just need the date.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just need the date, that's all I need.
Oh, gosh, like mid-February.
Of this past year?
Mhm.
Okay. And so she saw firsthand that the light was intrusive to your home?
Yeah.
Okay. Question for city staff. The original condition did that include those light shields for those poles? My iPad's down, so I can't. And
Okay. All right, there's a difference between shields and shielding.
Okay.
So we installed shields as recommended by the lighting engineer where he recommended they were needed. We did not install shields where our photometric calculations showed they did not spill over.
So the ones that that the city thought needed to be in place were in place?
Yes, and the city did not pay for those shields.
And when did that happen? Was that before or after Mrs. Henley was out?
It had to be after.
It was after.
It was after.
It was after.
And are they helping?
They're making it better, but the lights that are not shielded, which are farther, closer to the other homes, farther away from me, are definitely
Okay.
contributing to glare and spillover.
So the next question I have is, were they supposed to have timers on those lights? I mean, not, motion detectors, sorry, motion detectors.
That's the condition, yes.
That was the original condition? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Excuse me.
I just want to,
When the church was not in use. To be used when the church is not in use.
okay.
That was the condition.
I believe, yeah, the lights were to remain off on motion sensors only when it's not in use.
That's all I have.
David Weiner.
The lights that are farther away from you, are those the lights on the church themselves? Those aren't the lights on the poles, correct?
No, all the lights I'm referring to that still require shields are in the parking lot, which is directly behind the homes.
That's the area behind what's shown as existing building.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to point to them?
No, I got it. The lights that are inside the purple box have shields but no sensors.
Okay.
And they're on a timer.
There's 9 lots total. So right there, they're only showing 6. There are 9 lots total in that lot, which is not used on a nightly basis. 9 lights total are required to have shields. In order for a light to say it's shielded, you have to have a shield. I mean, it's like having an LED light and reading a book, and without a shield or a lampshade, I mean, it's impossible. I mean, you're gonna have glare. But if you put a shield on the light, that shield is the only way it can direct the light downward. So there's a total of 9 lights in that parking lot, according to the conditions, are supposed to be directed downward, and that can only be achieved with a shield on each light. And again, the lighting engineer that came and visited the site, she said there's absolutely virtually no possible way that the lights can be shielded without the shield. And you have to consider, they're 18-foot tall fixtures elevated 5 feet above our properties, making them 22 feet tall. So they're shining directly into our bedroom window.
So my question was, the area in purple, I was under the impression there are 6 lights. You're telling me there are 9 lights.
Yeah,
So there must be 2 more, well, there must be 3 more lights out front.
so 6, 7,
No.
8, and there's one here, 9.
Okay,
So
so,
it's a total of 9 lights.
but 6 lights have been shielded, is that correct? Or have shields?
6 lights have shields.
6 lights have shields, and you're saying there are 9 lights over there. So that means, by my math, there are 3 that don't have shields.
Correct.
Okay, and then there are lights behind the existing building that have no shields.
No, the city paid for those shields, and those are extremely bright, so the city paid for the shields of those lights.
Behind the existing building.
Behind the building, there's about 7 security lights, which were outrageously bright, and they still are, even with the shields. It's a little bit better, but those lights protrude right through those homes.
So from a math count, there are 3 lights that need shields and all lights that need motion sensors,
Only
per
when-
your argument.
We're asking that only 9 lights receive motion sensors, and those 3 remaining lights of those 9 receive shields.
Okay.
Because the facility, the parking lot is completely illuminated up front and back and along the side for anyone arriving anytime during the night. It's fully illuminated from dusk to dawn.
Okay, what we're trying to do now is just figure out what might be a solution. So if 6 lights have shields, 3 lights don't have shields, and none of the lights have motion sensors, what you're wanting is the 6 lights that are shielded to have motion sensors.
9 lights.
9 lights, 9
So
lights.
condition states that the condition states all parking lot lights must be on motion sensors, which includes the lights up front, but we're not asking for that. We're not
Just those
requesting.
9.
Just the 9. And the cost estimate to get the motion sensors was, I don't know if I.
You said
say that,
1,800?
1,800.
Okay.
It's a very simple thing. You unscrew the light, put it in there, and it has adjustable settings where you can adjust the sensitivity, the movement, and the distance. So they won't be going off.
To clarify something.
Okay, well, let somebody else.
I just want to clarify something. I think we all understand the shields and we all understand the motion detectors. What I'm not real clear on, and maybe everybody else is, but I'm not, is every night, 7 nights a week, are those parking lot lights, the ones on the north side of the parking lot, on? Are they just on?
Yes, till 10 p.m.
Okay, so they hit the switch, they're on until 9:50 p.m. every night?
They're on a timer till 9, no, not 9:50, it's 10 p.m. at the earliest.
Okay.
Yes.
What, just humor me just a little bit. So are you asking, or is the condition written, because I'm not quite sure I'm straight with this, that the neighborhood prefers or the condition asks for them to be on a motion detector instead of them just being on?
Yes, because that's what the condition states. The condition states that all parking lot lights must remain off when the facility's not in use and on motion sensors only.
But if it's in use, the pastor of the church turns the lights on.
Well, what we're saying, if motion sensors are installed and the timer is removed, then if they have a large event, like, so in the entire year.
Right.
Like Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, and Spring Revival, those are the only nights that side parking lot has been used where it's high attendance. Simply, they could just manually turn them on, and then turn them
Okay.
off when they're done. And
And
many
other-
churches do that.
Okay.
So,
That's
Yeah.
all. I just was trying to make sure I understood when they're, no, you're fine. I just wanted to make sure I understood clearly when they're on and when they're off and what the neighborhood wanted.
can I make another, maybe that might clear it up for you too? So, a reason for making the request for all the lights to be on motion sensors and off is because by his own admission, he acknowledged that that parking lot will never be used that night, except for what we're
Big
seeing.
events.
Okay, and there is a total of 50 to 60 spots directly in front of the church, behind and along the side, where it's fully illuminated from dusk to dawn, making it safe and well-lit for anyone arriving anytime during the night. And that's where the front doors are, and that's where they're parking now. And that's why we're asking for this.
Perfect. No, that's great.
Dave Redmond.
I'd like to try and we've gotten way far afield, I think, talking about what is and isn't this or isn't that. This application is all about that little paragraph right there. They want to strike one line and add another. I think it's important that we stay focused on that. She's hit on this, which has to do with whether or not there are motion sensors. Has nothing to do with the elevation of a parking lot. I don't care about that. Has nothing to do with that. This application's about striking that line, about motion detectors on those lights and adding a line that says parking lots in the northern parking area shall be turned off when the church is not in use. I suggest we stick to that.
And that's the issue we're having, because.
You've made that quite clear.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if I needed if you were confused.
No,
with that.
you've been quite clear.
Okay,
We're good. Any other questions for the speaker? Thank you.
okay, thank you so much for your time.
Anybody else signed up to speak? Okay. Yes, sir. Good. Will the applicant care to come back with any rebuttal? Pastor?
Very quickly, I want to state for the record, and I can be corrected if you can, that our condition does not state that we are supposed to have shields on our lights. If I'm not mistaken, that was never put in there. However, there were some complaints from the community stating that the lights were bright. I requested an engineer to come out and do a testing because I think according to policy that we cannot have any spillover of lighting on our neighboring property. That test was done and there was no spillover in our neighboring property. I asked the engineer to come out to do a second test and to make sure that the moon wasn't shining and to ask all the neighbors to turn off their lights so that there wouldn't be a misreading. I want to get as accurate of a reading as possible. He did that. He looked at the calendar, came out on a day where the moon was not illuminated, turned our lights on again, did another testing, and again, there was no spillover. So by policy or condition, the church did not have to shield its lights. However, because we heard from the community that though there was no spillover, they felt that the LED lights were still offensive to look at. I instructed our staff to go ahead and approve for shields to be put on. The lights were already shining downward, all right? There was no spillover at all. But to be a good neighbor, all right, we installed the shields. Now, the reasoning for the shields on 6 lights instead of 9 is because there is no property, no housing development where these 3 lights that were not shielded are. So we felt that there was no need to put shields right there because there's no home right there. We put shields on the lights that were closer to the residents. Even though there was no spillover, we installed those shields anyway, all right, so that they wouldn't be offensive per se to look at, as some of our residents were saying. The other thing is, you know, what Piney Grove wanted initially is to do what every other church in the city does, and that's to simply keep our parking lights on all night long, just like every other church does. We ride down the street and we see every other church with their lights on all night long. But again, to be a good neighbor, we agreed to cut our lights off when our lights are not in use. In use is the word that keeps being thrown around. Does not mean when there's 50 people inside the building. I interpret in use to mean according to your business hours. If you go to McDonald's and you don't see not one car in the parking lot getting burgers and french fries, they don't turn their lights off because there are not people in there eating. They keep their lights on according to their business hours. We feel like it's fair that if we're going to agree to cut our lights off and not leave our lights on just like every other church in this city does, we agree to cut them off at 9:50 when our business hours are over. Again, our last ministries are done around 8:30 or 9. They have that time to come in, do their rehearsals, do whatever they're doing, and we give our cleanup person, who is on staff, opportunity to clean up and get out of there by 9:50 or 10 p.m.
Our red light came on, so
Yes,
give
sir.
me a quick wind up.
So again, I just want to make sure that that the Planning Commission is staying true to the issue. We're not trying to avoid anything. We've gone over and above things that we did not have to do. All we want to do is have this condition to be stricken off, that we do not have to do these motion sensors because it's not relevant for the church anymore. We feel that we have enough illumination with the lights that are closer to the church and to keep us safe.
Thank you.
And that's all I have.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I
Okay.
have one question. Would you consider putting the shields on those other 3 lights?
It doesn't affect me at all. Again, that nobody lives there.
Right.
So
Would
that's
you
the reason
consider
we
doing
did.
that?
If it benefits the community, the shields that are closer to the people that spoke, those lights are already shielded. So I don't see why these 3 lights would further
If they
impact.
indicate they'd like to have those 3 shielded, that's what I'm asking. Would you consider doing that?
If they want to pay for it, or if the city wants to pay for it, I don't care.
In other words, you don't think the church wants to do that?
I don't think the church wants to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Because it's not impacting anyone
Okay.
at all. There's
Thank
nothing there but trees
Thank you.
and concrete.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we'll close the public hearing and make it open to comments, discussions, and possibly a motion. Questions? Dave Redmond.
Well, so I think Mr. Frankenfield will confirm that there are times when things get through this body and city council that are unintended and have unintended consequences, and sometimes they make your life difficult.
I'm not answering, he
Yeah.
just,
But I think it's I think that's clear. I am unaware of any other church, any other shopping center, any other commercial building, any ball field that has lights that are required to have motion sensors on them. I've never heard of that here. I've never heard of that in commercial industry, and that's the industry I work in. So to me, it's this how this got between Planning Commission and City Council in here, I don't understand how that happened, but I've never seen it. I've never seen it required of anybody else. I think the pastor makes a good point when he says, this requires us to do something that's not required of any other people. I get that there are neighbors who don't like the expansion of this church. I mean, that's pretty clear. Nonetheless, it seems to me we would be treating them quite unfairly and unlike we treat every other commercial operation of which I'm aware. And I'm unaware of that kind of treatment applied to anybody else. So if that's not true, let me know, by the way, because I just don't know. I mean, but I've never seen it. So, I mean, I just don't know that we do that. So anyway, it seems to me that they're trying to make a good faith effort to shield these lights. Again, I don't want to get mixed up in your mnemonics, but to try and minimize the impact of these lights. It's common, frankly, for commercial buildings to have lights on until a certain time of night and then turn them off. So that strikes me as sufficient. And I would be supportive of the application.
Jeff?
I have a slightly different take. I think sometimes it comes down to being good neighbors and working together and try to come up with a solution that may not be a cookie-cutter answer all the way across the city, but a unique one. And when I went to the site, I think it was last Thursday, I know we're not going to talk about the other issues, but I was kind of shocked at what I saw there and how I'm actually looking into people's backyards from the parking lot. And if a concession that they're asking for are just those sensors, which I have a hard time believing they're going to be the cost that I was told to put on there, I don't think it's a lot to ask for what ended up there in their backyard. So, and it's what was in the application. So I kind of can feel for the neighbors on this one.
All right, David Weiner, then,
Piggyback a little bit on that. I mean, when the application left here and city council, the residents were thinking sensors. And like Jeff said, when we drove in there, I had no idea that parking lot was that high, which that's not what we're thinking about. So I'm kind of torn. I'm like Jeff, I'm a little torn. I don't know which direction to go in. I feel like they really need to have some type of sensors. It seems like we were talking about a timer earlier. The timer's not working, apparently. So I'm a little torn. I don't know which way to go.
Karen?
I'm not torn at all. I think that condition was put in there in the process to city council, and the community was agreeable to it because it would allow them a level of comfort and safety and privacy, a sense of privacy. And we aren't talking about the issues that have exacerbated that situation, but they are part of the consideration nevertheless. And I think the sensors are a reasonable compromise to provide them with a level of quality of life that they are now lacking. And so I'm not torn on it. I feel strongly that the sensors are a reasonable compromise. They're inexpensive. They can be put on, they can be put on a sensitivity level that won't, necessitate them going on when a squirrel crosses the lot. And I think it's a reasonable compromise to put it back in or leave it in as it is.
Yeah, to me, it's obvious that it's affecting the quality of life of the neighbors, and we do try to be good neighbors. When we're looking at people expanding their businesses and they impact a residential area, we are very mindful of, even though we're not supposed to address it and we're only supposed to address the lights, but we're looking at the landscaping and things like that, and it's obvious that's missing, because that's part of what we apply to these applications to protect the neighbors from commercial when it butts up against each other, is the landscaping and the lights and the wattage of the lights, and is there a shield, and can these people sleep at night, and what's the traffic like, and what's the noise like, and all of those things factor in. And in this case, this is affecting greatly. When one of the council members goes in and can see the light shining in their houses, and even with the shield, it's still affecting them, then I think that, we have to look at that strongly. And I don't think that asking the church to be a good neighbor is too much to ask. So.
Any other questions? Well, I want, if you all will look at paragraph 8, it's kind of interesting that what has been taken out is all parking lot lighting shall be on motion sensors at night when the church is not in use. And that means when nobody's there, the lights are off, but they can come on if somebody runs across the parking lot. What they're asking for is that the parking lot lights be turned off when the church is not in use, meaning there's no way for them to come back on. So for the neighborhood's sake, if the motion sensors are put back there and the lights are out when the church is not in use, they could come on and go off and come on and go off all night long if dogs, squirrels, cats, rabbits, or garbage bags blow across the yard. If they have the condition that they are asking for and the lights are off, they're not coming back on. The motion sensor is not going to kick them on, kick them off. It's only when it's not in use. The condition for both of these conditions is not in use. So one not in use conditions is that they're off, and the other not in use conditions is they're on a motion sensor. So be careful what you ask for, because if you make the church put a motion sensor in when they're not in use, they can come on and go off and come on and go off all night long. Now, whether they'll do that, somebody has said that you can adjust them and the sensitivity is such. So just be aware of the way this wording is for the rest of us on this commission. If they're off when they're off and they can't come back on, they're off. But if they're off on a motion sensor, they can come back on and go off. So I just wanted to point out that these two items are not that different, other than in one case they can come on and go off and come on and go off all night long, and the other condition is they can't come back on if they're off. If it's a switch and they're off, they're off. So I want us to consider that when we decide what to do with this matter. Does that make sense? I mean, that's the way it's worded.
Right.
That's exactly, it's not saying that they have to be on when the church
It's
is.
not one or the other.
It's not saying they have to be on when the church is not in use, it's when it's not in use.
I agree.
Okay?
Got
So,
it.
it's not gonna fix much, especially if you have a lot of coyotes and fox and trash bags blowing around the neighborhood. They're gonna come on and go off and come on and go off all night long.
What you say is exactly right, Bob, and I'm not sure that that's gonna fix what these people's problem
Yeah.
is, I mean, the timer, when they go off at 9:50, they go off. And then they come back on the next night whenever they got a timer set to come
That's
back
right.
on. So, I mean, but if you put them on a motion detector, they can come on anytime during the night, and yeah, and they will. I mean, and that would entice people even want to drive, go back there and, two or three guys go back there and park and drink beer or whatever at night, and the lights come on, Maybe you want them to do that if they're gonna do that, but I'm just saying that
That's what I was gonna say,
it
maybe they
would
want
come,
that to
it would come on, they would come on, so I think really the situation where they go off with the timer and they're off for all night, the rest of the night.
Anyway, if you read it very carefully, when they're off, they're off. When it's not in use, they're off. They're told and they've agreed in both conditions, when they turn them off, when they're not there, they turn them off. In one case, they can come back on. Off and on, off and on. In the other case, they can't come back on. If they're on a timer.
I think it's my understanding that the residents would like to leave for them to stay on the motion detector all the time.
Right. Instead of them being on.
Yeah.
Instead of them being on from 7 to 10 at night.
That's what.
Well,
Right.
But then they would go on and off all night long.
My
then to
guess
do
is
that.
they'll be back here in a few months saying, this is not right because it's driving us crazy with lights on and lights off and lights
Well,
on and lights off.
Bob, we closed the public hearing, but it might have been interesting to ask Donna the question as to why she would want something like that versus what you just explained.
Well,
Because,
just-
and that's a concern, perhaps that's a concern the community needs to hear, that there isn't that great of a distinction, except that the lights go on at night. And if the lights are going on at night because somebody's in the parking lot, that might be exactly what they want.
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I just wanted to point out what the reality is once we make a decision.
Yeah.
Ideal would be if they always went off at 10 o'clock, and if they weren't in use, the sensors would turn them on during days of not use up until 10 o'clock. So it'd almost be a combination of those two, so that you'd never have it. And I don't know if it could easily be done or not. But the lights would always cut off at 10, but they could turn on with the sensors up until 10 when traffic or something is seen there.
But see, they don't have any requirement to turn them off now if they're there. If they're there, they're gonna turn them all on if one person's there, or 2 people are there, or 20 people. They can do that by right. David?
Yeah, we're not writing this from scratch. This is a specific application. This applicant's asked to strike that one line and add that other. So
And
that's what we're looking at. We're not drafting, we're not sitting down drafting a brand-new paragraph on something like that, and any applicant has a right to have their application heard. So I think we should stick to that.
Okay, well, anybody wanna make a motion?
I got a motion. Bob.
Wait, hang on.
I have
Karen
a question.
first.
I think we should ask Miss Wiley that. Kay said we can bring her back up to ask her that question.
Okay, well, we'll,
I mean, you're striking a line to, the applicant would like to strike a line, and the community would like the line to remain in. And I think that we should ask her, if you don't see a distinction, or one you see as we see as more valuable as a commission, it would be good to know whether or not why the community wants something different.
glad to ask her back up. Would you grace us with your presence in a minute or less?
So I definitely want to clarify that motion sensors are very practical, and they are used in large dealerships throughout the city. The reason being for protection. The parking lot behind my home, it's hidden from the street, it's a very dark corner, and the motion sensors would only come in play with heavy movement, such as a car. They will not be coming on and off. You could probably visit a car dealership. They only come on with heavy movement, like if there was a car decided to come back there. And the reason we're asking for motion sensors is not because they won't be a nuisance, because they all have adjustable settings where you can set it at a low sensitivity level from 0, meaning they would come on with a leaf, or a 10, where it would only be be triggered on with car movement. And the reason for that is because we do have cars loitering back there in the middle of the night, throwing beer bottles, blasting their music loud, and I get up and I turn my bright floodlights on. This has happened several times, 2, 3 a.m., and as soon as I turn that light on, they leave. So that is the purpose for having motion sensors, so it gives us that extra sense of security. But you have to understand, these are just not like the motion sensors we put in our home. They have all adjustable settings that they're made for this particular reason.
Okay.
And
We got it.
Okay. Got it.
Does that answer your question, Karen?
Yep. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Mike,
I make a motion, we deny the application.
do I have a second?
You have a second?
All right, have a motion, have a second.
The vote is open. Mr. Redmond, Mr. Thornton, can I have your...
No, I'm sorry, forgive me.
Mr. Redmond?
Yes.
May I have your vote?
Already voted.
By a vote of 7-3, agenda item number 6 has been denied. Next order of business is agenda item number 9, Pungo Property LLC. This is an application for a conditional rezoning Ag 1 and Ag 2 agricultural districts to conditional PDH2 R20 overlay and Ag 1 and Ag 2 agricultural districts and B2 community business district on property located at 1833 and 1848 Princess Anne Road. Is there a representative here for the application?
What?
Say it's been deferred.
Say again?
Are you going to say that it's been deferred?
Not yet. We're going to hear it. Is there somebody here to speak for this project? We were appraised before we left our work session this morning that the applicant has requested a deferral. So because this was advertised for hearing, we have to let you all that want to speak. Obviously, the applicant's not here, so the applicant can't state what they're trying to do. We are very aware of what they're trying to do because we've heard the staff give us a report. So having no one here to speak in favor of this project, I guess we'll call.
We have one.
We have one
speaker to
person
support.
in favor of the project. Okay, well, that person, would you call that person, please?
Mr. Herb Jones.
Bob Kay.
Mr. Inman and Mr. Ripley, this application does have town bank financing.
Well,
No, that doesn't matter.
it,
That's fine.
let me state this. There's a,
No, you're good,
You're right.
but hang on a second
Hold on a
before you
second.
get started.
as a disclosure, I am a member of the Town Bank Board in Chesapeake. However, I'm not, and it's on record with the clerk's office, a letter to so states that. Essentially, I'm notifying you that I am, but I will be voting because I have no financial interest, and the Planning Commission does not make its final decision. Final decision is made by council. So unless I had a conflict, and I don't, from that point of view, so noticed.
Thank you, sir.
Like Mr. Ripley, I'm on the advisory board of Virginia Beach Town Bank. And as an advisory board, we do not make decisions on loans, and consequently do not deem to be a conflict, and I will be voting on the application.
Thank you, Mr. Inman.
I don't know if I am in another business investment with one of the developers that's in this project, but I have no interest in this whatsoever.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I don't have an interest in anything, but the only comment I want to make is let the people know that the applicant, when he comes back for us to hear his application, it may not be what you see, what you've had in our packet. It could change. So I just want the people to speak to understand that what you're speaking on tonight, or if you, based on what's in our application today, may not be the same thing that they have, because they've got, they have reasons for deferring it, and I'm sure there'll be changes made. So I just wanted the people to understand that.
And you're here to speak in favor of the application?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, you're the vote on either side, so if you tell us your name and tell us what's on your
I
mind,
thought you
we'll...
people were all talking to me about the bank, and I wasn't sure. Anyway, when I asked the young lady out in front about signing up, she said, "Are you for or against?" I said, "I'm not sure." She said, "Well, put down for." And so I did. But really, what I'm here for is to give you some information as you make your decision.
State your name for the record.
My name is Herb Jones, and I live at 2313 Sandpiper Road in Virginia Beach.
Thank you, sir.
I attended a series of forums from the fall and up till the present, which talked about sea level rise, and there were several topics which addressed that may help you as you deliberate about this project. The first one is subsidence. We are slowly sinking at a rate surpassing most areas in the region and nation. While Harvest Farms is planned for the ridge, one of the highest areas in the southern part of the city, it is not going to get higher over time. It's only going to get lower. The area of the city of the proposed development is west of the city is already swamp and will only get wetter over time. Second point, pervious surface. Rainwater has to go someplace, and impervious surfaces only delay the process. More homes and paving are not helpful, they're harmful. Third point, meteorologists tell us that storms are producing more rain per incident, and more rain incidents are more often. When the ground is saturated, more fully and more often, flooding risk increases. Point number 4, forests. Trees are one of our biggest assets in mitigating stormwater. The trees soak up the water and release moisture through their leaf canopy at a greater volume than many of the man-made projects. Some say that 40% of rainwater is handled in this fashion by the trees. Fifth, the southern winds are having a greater impact on flooding of the Back Bay than ever before due to a loss of SAVs, among other things. One only has to ask a resident of the area to confirm this phenomenon of their areas becoming flooded more often. Because of the topography of the land in this part of the city, serviced by the Albemarle watershed, we must be greatly concerned with expanding commercial and/or residential development. We must be sure that there is no negative impact on existing structures and infrastructure, and we don't continue to exacerbate the problem. If you haven't seen that series or have attended that series, it's available to you on vb.gov, and there were some excellent presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good. It's good.
So,
We have
yes.
21 speakers in opposition. Would Miss Mary Jo Hulbert please come to the podium?
And let me make one more comment that might save you some time. We are very aware of the drainage issues. We are very aware of the fact that from a practical standpoint, this project cannot be approved until the drainage issues are resolved. And we are very aware of the fact that they're being worked on. We had a briefing today from the city engineer talking about drainage, talking about studies that are being conducted. So if you are here to talk about drainage, keep your comments as short as possible, because we're working as hard as we can to figure that out. The city is. If it's about land use matters, about the project itself, notwithstanding the drainage, we'd like to hear that. But as Don said a minute ago, when this comes back to us or to City Council, there's a pretty good chance it's not going to look like this. We don't know what it will look like, but the drainage problems that this is working around are going to change the nature of this somewhat. So just keep that in mind when you make your comments. And feel free to make all the comments you want. And the other thing I'd like to ask is if somebody has already said it and we've heard it and you think we've heard it, just remember that 21 speakers can take a good while. So, bring your comments forward, but keep them relevant. Thank you.
And would Mr. Ralph Denton be ready to speak right after Ms. Hulbert? You state your name for the record, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Mary Jo Hulbert. My husband Brian and I strongly oppose this planned development. We've been homeowners on North Muddy Creek Road for 20 years. We've never experienced the flooding from the storms and periods of rain as we have over the past 3 years. I will skip on because, as you just stated, that the stormwater is being looked at. The ongoing flood issue must be addressed before another housing development creates more injury to our fragile land, our properties, and our wildlife. Princess Anne Elementary has a current enrollment of 631 students in an antiquated building. Princess Anne Middle currently enrolls 1,487 with a planned improvement of 1,500. This leaves a vacancy of only 13 additional students. Kellam High's enrollment is 1963 in a building designed to accommodate 2,000. Leaving room for only 37 additional students. In school year 2015-16, Kellam's enrollment rose to 2,054. That's proof of an inadequate building design, which will repeat itself with Princess Anne Middle if this development moves forward and our students and teachers suffer more overcrowding. Parcel 1 of the proposed plan borders West Neck Creek, which frequently floods Indian River Road, closes the road, and causes additional traffic backup at the Pungo traffic light, and inconveniencing the residents. Housing on this corner will only increase traffic, but also cause more damage to this vulnerable land. Brad Wynn, the owner of Veg Out Gardens, stated that this agri-hood would offer good, healthy, natural food for everyone in front of the first meetings when this was presented. This remark shows complete disregard for the hardworking farmers and their families who have labored their land for generations in Pungo, producing fruits and vegetables that have always been available for everyone. Please do not approve this proposal. We implore you to deny it, and in this plan that is a development in an area that is suffering from continued flood damage. Support our local farmers. Instead of congesting the area with more housing and commercialization, please preserve this last section of open land in Virginia Beach and use our taxpayers' dollars in a more feasible manner to address the flooding in Pungo and also other areas of our city. Thank you.
Mr. Denton. And then Ms. Amber Turner.
Hello, I'm Ralph Denton. I'm owner of Pungo Palms Nursery, my wife, and I will say that the flooding last summer was devastating for us. We lost over half our nursery stock because of the flooding. I'm very concerned. I'm downstream, and I'm very concerned about developments going in. I've looked at Kingston Estates, or up here on West Neck Road. I saw them put in the drain. It's draining into West Neck Creek. I'm well familiar with Asheville Estates and the problems we have with that, the problems we had with pumping this past summer. And I just don't want to see any further development contributing to the problem. Being downstream, I was impacted directly, and so were my neighbors. And it was worse than the natives said it had been in over 70-some years. So something's going on. I don't think it's entirely climate change. I think the pumping contributed to the problem. It certainly hasn't helped it. So by your own statement in your report as of July, I see that you're concerned also. You were not satisfied with the developers and the engineers' report on how to solve the problems with pumping, retention ponds, and other things. So I am very concerned, and as of now, until I personally see more from the planning committee and the developers, I am not in favor of the Harvest Farms project. I know it's going to drain both ways. It's going to drain down Indian River Road toward West Neck Creek, and it's also going to drain downstream toward North Bay. And that's my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Amber Turner. Then Ms. Margaret Harris.
Hi. I get really nervous talking like this, but I'm going to give it a shot. My name is Amber Turner. I'm the wife to a retired Navy commander, and I have 2 kids who are presently in the schools here. We moved to Virginia Beach. The purpose was not for it to be our forever home. The Navy brought us here. But we were here for 2 years and absolutely fell in love with it. It's close to the ocean. It's close to the Pungo farmland. I grew up in a tiny town of Kansas. I had 52 kids in my graduating class, and that was in the next town over because we didn't even have a school. I love Pungo. I love the serenity, the peace and quiet when you drive out in the country. I go and utilize the farm stands. I buy fresh eggs out there. My daughter rides at the farms out there. You're going to lose this precious piece of the city. There's already so much development southward. I see it every time I drive her out to lessons. Every time it rains, I have to drive through water just to get there after just sometimes simple rainfalls. Our home, which is in the Hunt Club Forest neighborhood, has, since Nemo Parkway went in, has flooded. In our garage, we had 18 inches of water with Matthew. We had flooding before that, 3 weeks before Matthew, that almost came into our garage. And we had flooding twice this last May as well, where the water came 2/3 of the way up our yard. Every time it rains now, we have to take our cars and we have to drive them a mile away and park them on high ground because we don't know if our cars are going to be flooded in the morning. We can't use our own property because we have so much water that floods our streets. my kids get scared every time it rains. Are we going to have to leave the house? Are we going to be able to, like, have our stuff when we get back? We left for the hurricane that was supposed to come in September, and my kids had to say goodbye to everything because they weren't sure if it would be here because of the neighborhood and the flooding. We have neighbors who built houses in that neighborhood in the 80s, and they said, we have never seen that kind of flooding since until Nemo Parkway went in. And that's development, and that's part of, because we have this huge population out here we have to support with roadways, and it's causing water backups. I used to be a middle school math teacher back in the Midwest before I got married. I can tell you that class size makes a difference in what these kids learn. I had years where I had 15 kids in one class and I'd have 30 in another. And who do you think learned more? Those kids with maybe 15 kids, which is not realistic these days. I just quit subbing for the district, and I can tell you from my experience at Pam's that there are classes with 35 kids in them. 35 kids in a class. And they just don't, it doesn't help the kids. Overcrowding these schools, it's not going to help the kids at all. And we just keep cramming them in like sardines into the classrooms. You can barely walk around to even monitor all the computers these kids are on. It's too much. It's too much. I really think that the city needs to start thinking about its current citizens, not the money it can make from selling high-value homes, and build numbers, a tax base, and more revenue. The city needs to think about how to fix its current flooding issues instead of building on swampland and causing more flooding issues, like in Asheville Park. The city needs to be responsible, and right now, to build anything further in Pungo is highly irresponsible and sends a very clear message to the current citizens that we don't matter and that our children don't matter.
Your 5 minutes are up.
Perfect. I was done right there.
Okay, Karen. She has a question for you.
So I wonder, where did you say you lived?
I live in Hunt Club Forest.
Okay.
Right by the fire, right behind, not right behind the fire station, but close.
All right.
Yeah.
Kay said that I had permission to do this, so I was, because we have another item coming up after this, I was concerned, looking out at the audience, how many audience members shared your concerns for this particular application? And so I wondered if you might be able to represent yourselves. Thank you.
Miss Margaret Harris, and then Miss Lisa Burkett.
I'm Margaret Harris, and I live on Stowe Road. My husband and I, after 20 years by Oceana, moved back to Back Bay 5 years ago to escape from urban sprawl, and we've watched it follow us ever since. The Back Bay watershed and the surrounding areas are historic and fragile. It is our concern if the city continues to encroach, that eventually there will be nothing left. The transition zone is already overdeveloped, and if we continue, we will inevitably wipe it out. And inevitably, we will go through the rural land to the south of the Green Line. And once it's gone, it's gone. So we can keep doing this, or we can stop now, make the responsible choice, and preserve what we have before it's too late. The current zoning for the area has been adequate and appropriate, and it should continue to be so. Just one final note, I am a a refugee from Los Angeles, California, and it is my hope that it isn't the long-term vision of Virginia Beach to become an East Coast LA. You don't want to do it.
Lisa Burkett, and then Robert Brunel.
Good afternoon, Commission members. Sometimes it's very difficult to put into words the uniqueness of a particular place, which involves the heritage of a community. Recently, I had a get-together at my house in Sandbridge of many Kellum graduates from classes in this decade. They're all young people who grew up in Pungo. They all work with their hands in some way. They are marine machinists, car mechanics, veterinarians, farmers, and landscapers. They grew up playing in the fields and lanes of Pungo, and they cherish their childhoods there. Why? My opinion is because of the land. This Pungo land, named after the Machapunga Indians, is a special place in the city of Virginia Beach. I can tell you honestly that many visitors to Sandbridge in the summer love bringing their children to the streets, farms, and Back Bay area of Pungo because it is so beautiful and the vegetables and fruits are wonderful. The farms and vegetable stands that I knew growing up in the Bayside area are all but gone. The agri-hood concept may be popular now in some areas of the country, but like golf course communities, it is a fad that many people believe will fade away. Owners of $500,000 homes may not want to hire an organic farmer to grow food or care for a few animals. I believe this particular agri-hood concept is a ploy to get houses built. You know, in the 1970s and 80s, golf course neighborhood projects started gaining momentum, capitalizing on the popularity of the sport at the time, when middle-class Americans could happily pay a large premium for a home on a golf course. Fast forward a few decades, and golf communities are not the catch they once were. Courses around the country have been closing by the hundreds, according to the National Golf Foundation. People aren't playing enough golf, and now some golf courses are being developed as residential lots. My point is, fads and housing developments come and go. Don't cover up this project by labeling it an agri-hood. The folks in Pungo are not that foolish to believe that the intentions of the builder are that noble. If you let this development happen, then let them build 190 homes, because by then it won't matter what they do. The damage to the city's heritage and the last pristine beauty of this city will be disappearing. And more home builders were pushed to change more agricultural zoning, more commercial stores. Game over. I want to end with a note that a young lady wrote who graduated from Kellum and is currently at a university in Virginia, and she couldn't be here today. Her name is Gabby Doyle, and she gave me permission to read this. My heart and soul belong in Pungo. I was raised in Virginia Beach and spent countless hours out in Pungo growing up. Pungo is what makes Virginia Beach so great. It is the one area we have left in the city that isn't destroyed by excessive residential and commercial building. Someone who doesn't live here wouldn't understand what Pungo means to lifelong residents of the area. Many of them have been here for generations farming to make a living. Not only is it in their blood, but it's in their livelihood. It's funny because last semester, she says, in college, I actually did a project on saving Pungo's open green spaces and agricultural land. When I finished giving my presentation, someone said to me, you know, I didn't even know they had farmland. I thought they were all resorts and stores. Now that alone speaks volumes to me and just shouts that we need to conserve the remaining land in our area. Her whole college career, she says, has been dedicated to environmental science and understanding the impacts we have on the environment. She talks about impervious cover increase, and raising Earth's temperatures. She talks about the lack of trees and that how natural grassy areas are some of the best areas for flood mitigation. And she says there are more benefits of open spaces like leaves on trees that decrease temperatures in the summer and can provide habitat for all wildlife. Pungo is her home, she says, and makes Virginia Beach the best place to call home. Without Pungo, there is no heritage or history left in Virginia Beach. There's no more strawberry festivals. There's no more fresh fruit and vegetable stands. Developing Pungo takes away value in more ways than most people that live here could ever understand. Please tell Senator DeSteph something that his parents may not have taught him when he was growing up, that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Help us preserve this special place called Pungo. Thank you.
Robert Brunel and Mark Johnson's next.
Afternoon, everyone. Robert Brunel. I live in Hunt Club Forest as well. When I came in today, I didn't know if I intended to speak or not. I know that there are a lot of people who would say basically the same, voice the same concerns that I had, and they have. The flooding, the overpopulating of the schools, losing the treasure that is Pungo. You've heard it all right? So I would like to state for the record that a lot of people took time out of their day to come here today to face this developer and talk to them and voice their concerns. And I've seen these games from this developer since day one. Delay tactics, stalling, deferring. I mean, everyone's sitting here going through the motions of listening to all these other proposals, and then we find out that this guy didn't even show up. And here we are. We, take time off from work, have to find childcare, things like this. It's just very disrespectful, I think, and speaks to the character of the person proposing this project. I'd like to state that for the record. And I'll end by saying that the resolve of the people in this room, it's not going to go away with time, okay? So he might as well just come on and let's get it over with, right? Let's get it over with. Thank you.
Mr. Mark Johnson and then Nick May.
Hello, everybody. So, I'm with that guy about the being irked with why the man's not here, you know, just listening to us. And I guess that this is just going to be kind of like a rehearsal for the next one, because I'm sure we're going to see the next one. But anyway, so I'm Mark Johnson. I own properties. I live on Horn Point Road, and I own a small farm on Ship's Cabin Road. I also own a small business in Virginia Beach. I graduated from Kellum in '72, and ever since the 60s, I've been in love with this area. I know every little nook and cranny in it. Many things have changed since then, some slowly, some but quite quickly and by surprise. I understand the need to further our tax base, but overdevelopment has caught up with what Mother Nature can handle. This community of ours cannot handle one more aggressive build-out as put forth by this developer and the landowner. The landowner, once upon a time, wanted to have his horse farm, and he did, and now he wants to make mega bucks by changing Ag 1, which is what he needed to be his horse farm anyway. So, it's affected us, it's affected the development. The reason most of us live out here is because we came for the open space, we came for the freedom from congestion. It took me 40 years to be able to afford the acreage that I have now, and I'm about to be run out by upstream flooding. It has to stop. It's time to consider the environment. It's time to help Back Bay, which has been the dumping ground for all those developments. She's not well, and though you can find people who will say there's nothing wrong with her, just as you can find engineering values to support whatever side of the coin you're on, common sense needs to prevail. The whole world's changing. We need to change how we interact with her. If we don't start now, there'll be one more development that this watershed cannot handle. And one more development you guys are going to have to bail out. So, things that are being dumped and pumped have drastically altered the 25,000 acre estuary that is Back Bay and is my backyard. It's closer to me than you. Testing is just now taking place, though the pumping has been going on all summer. I'm a commercial waterman. I'm on the bay about 50 hours a week. You can't tell me something's not going on with the water. In fact, my regular customers that don't even live in Virginia Beach and buy crabs from me have said something all summer long about what's wrong with the bay. So please respect the recommendation that the Transition Area Citizens Advisory Committee recommended and don't approve this zoning change. Thank you.
Nick May and then Rachel Shamblin.
Hello, my name is Nick May, and I've lived in Virginia Beach for a little more than 63 years. I grew up in Bayside. I raised my children in Bayside. I have lived in Pungo on North Muddy Creek Road for the last 20 years. I remember, excuse me, I remember when the city first came into being. There was a sign out on Northampton Boulevard that says, "Welcome to the city of Virginia Beach, the world's largest resort city, population 90,000. This development is the focal point of the crisis that Virginia Beach faces. This decision is going to be so important to the city of Virginia Beach. Sea level rise and flooding is probably the greatest crisis we face today. Residents of Virginia Beach, and particularly Pungo, are experiencing more flooding and longer recovery periods. Reports say we will see a sea level rise of 3 feet or more in 100 years. Some reports say 3 feet or more in 50 years. We could see a large portion of the city go underwater or be uninhabitable, a large loss of population and tax base. Our crisis is to plan, fund, construct, implement a solution in 50 short years. I say it's 50 short years because I've been here over 63, and they were awful short. And I can tell you that my last 50 years sure did go by fast. The next 50 years will go by fast too. At the same time, we must deal with the current flood. This development project, number 9 on the agenda, is not part of the solution. It increases flooding, and I see nothing in this plan that addresses sea level rise. It's so important that we address sea level rise today. No development plan in this city should go forth without it providing its share of the solution to our flooding and sea level rise. No project should go forth if it's not part of the solution. I just wanted to say one more thing, just a little bit different. That is, drainage that solves Harvest Farm's issues but increases flooding in other areas solves nothing. It has to solve it for the whole city of Virginia Beach, not just Harvest Farm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Shamblin, and then Melanie Moreno.
Before the next speaker comes to the podium, I wanted to make a point. When we heard this morning in the work session, and the obvious problem with going forward with it is the drainage piece of it, we basically amongst ourselves decided that we were going to defer this today. But since it was advertised and since you all we just can't arbitrarily not hear it. So the applicant was told by us today and was asked if they would defer it, and they said certainly. So, while the gentleman that spoke two speakers ago was visibly upset that they didn't, quote, show up today, that was our request. We made a decision in the work session this morning to defer this until the water study is completed, because it's just simply not something we can deal with until we know what effect this project has on drainage. So and we are hearing it person after person after person. So just wanted you all to know that we were the cause of the deferral, not the developer. Had he shown up today and he decided to have this heard, maybe that's what you all would have preferred, but that's not the case, and we're going to wait to hear from him when he shows back up again. So anyway, continue on, please.
Thank you. Actually, I'll tell you why I'm here today. No matter where your political persuasion is, I think we can all agree our 2016, our election cycle showed that our middle class is feeling diminished, neglected, and even disenfranchised. Middle class neighborhoods, instead of being preserved, have been inadvertently tromped on. I'm a member of the Hunt Club Civic Association, and we represent more than 500 homes. We're middle-class folks who are not overly rich. We can't afford the new development going out in Pungo. We can't afford $500,000 to $700,000 houses. Just to let you know that we're working everyday people, teachers, firemen, things like that. So moving is not an option for us. That's why we're standing our ground on this. The reason we bought our home was because of the access to green space and top schools. Unless our city council appropriates money for a brand new high school or stops the massive swamp development, us and our neighbors are all at risk of school redistricting. I volunteer, like many middle class parents in my neighborhood, and making our area schools the schools they are today. developers have capitalized on this. I know we get mailings all the time. Hey, Killam School District, let's sell Cox and Killam and like, all this stuff. We are the ones who made it great because we're out there volunteering. You don't find that as much with the elites making $1 million and have nannies taking care of their kids. We're the middle class that's taking care of these schools and making them great. And they want to go advertise on our schools and develop on their, on purpose. I'm sure they don't want to go to another part of Virginia Beach and maybe some Bayside and try to develop there. Though they don't want to because they want to get top dollars off our schools. They want to exile us from the very schools we made a success. We've seen trees and green space along London Bridge and General Booth mowed down. And that's not really in alignment with best practices of having green space every so often. I mean, I'm just seeing straight development, not much green. Your trust and promises of the middle class are being broken time and time again. Both a future councilman, Brad Martin, working for Argos, and DeSteph on the state level, they have less than an arm's reach distance from this. And by legal definition, they really should be excused from any future voting in this matter. I'm seeing that we have tax breaks instead of more heavily taxing these people who are flooding. We're having tax breaks now to homes that I'm hoping that doesn't apply to future construction, because that's just one more motivation for them to sell in the swamp because they get a tax deferral. I'm hoping that's not the case. When asked about the school redistricting, I asked Mr. DeSteph specifically. He says, I don't know, it's not his problem. He doesn't care, just letting you know. When asked about the lack of city roads at the development in case of an emergency, he said, well, I don't know, it's not his problem. So he put the burden on the city already. He stated that if there's one road in and one road out for his development, now his property he's going to take care of, but the access going into it, he is already placed on the city. And I don't care what he's telling you, that's what he told me. Middle-class neighborhoods, instead of having green space and top schools, you're going to have people in places like Ocean Lake and Lansdowne High School, because when we get redistricted to Lansdowne and Ocean Lakes, the people from Ocean Lakes and Lansdowne are going to get redistricted to, guess what, Green Run and places like that. And you're going to have a whole lot more people here than are here today. So I'd like to ask the city council to remember their trust to the middle class and to the catastrophic devaluation that's at our doorstep of our middle class homes and our neighborhoods. So, and then, taxing us more to boot in order to fill our developers' pocketbooks. And as you know, every single regional newspaper, the Pilot, the Independent have all been following us. So I'm hoping that you think of middle class family taxpayers, and if you do, I ask you show it in the way we future develop. Thank you very much. And I'd also like to add, our schools have been closing down with these hurricanes because if there's so many schools and so many kids affected, they close the whole school district down, which, as you know, I'm having to do virtual learning day with my kid right now because those areas that are swamped in, they're closing down those schools because we have so many kids affected by these hurricanes. You're going to put more people in that development. Okay, maybe they're alive, but we're not going to have school because of it.
You got to finish up. Thank you.
But I just want to let you know that because this is one aspect that hasn't been covered, the school redistricting aspect. And that's going to affect thousands of homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melanie Moreno, and then Miss Marsh.
Good afternoon. I'm a Punga resident living on Muddy Creek Road. I'm 3 miles south of Blue Peaks. I've witnessed a monumental increase in roadway and property flooding in the last 2 years that does not directly result from southern winds nor ebb and flow of ocean tides. My street is directly downstream from this applicant's property, and I'm adamantly opposed to this application. I created a petition on behalf of city voters and taxpayers. I have it right here, urging you to deny this rezoning. Thousands have viewed and over 800 households in Virginia Beach have signed. The people have spoken. More residential and commercial properties are unwanted and fundamentally inappropriate. The amount of flooding and lack of resolution of that flooding in current developments within the transition zone and downstream is enough to warrant a denial. Numerous approved projects yet to be built drain into this flooding watershed. cumulative consequences of these are yet unknown. One more approval is reckless. With our city's comprehensive plan as your guide, I urge you to look at the special considerations sections highlighting the duty to consider downstream and upstream effects of this build. It is premature to approve a rezoning without values from the Dewberry report, recommendations from the Southern Watershed Study, and values of discharge contaminants from monitoring sites yet to be implemented. The city meeting at Pungo Senior Center on October 4th, 2018 had a Dewberry study representative and several city engineers repeatedly state the need to wait for Southern watershed values before flooding solutions could accurately be addressed. Stormwater and flood analysis values given to engineers of builds now cannot be accurate if relevant values do not yet exist. Mistakes from past transitionary builds will continue to be made if the same values continue to be used. All rezoning to residential development and commercial properties must stop now. Nature has spoken. The Back Bay and surrounding wetlands can no longer mitigate our man-made runoff and buffer natural wind-driven and tidal water flow. Approving a rezoning that inevitably adds runoff into our southern watershed is not a resilient plan for our future. With your vote of no, you are pioneers, as were the stewards of New York that had the foresight to protect Central Park. Your vote of no is pivotal to maintaining the rural aesthetic of Pungo Crossroads and South. Your vote of no is crucial to restoring faith to our community that your position on this commission reflects your representation of the voters and taxpayers. Your vote of no reiterates your confidence in our Transition Area Committee's authority and purpose. Safeguard rural Virginia Beach and allow our comprehensive plan and city's green initiatives to be the backbone by which you vote no. This petition represents those who cannot stand before you today. Convening at 12 noon midweek after a federal holiday and voting makes in-person opposition a hardship for most citizens. We clearly say no to rezoning of this property. All those in this room who wish denial of this rezoning, please stand now. Thank you. I have forwarded a copy of my my petition to Commissioner Kwasny, and it was also sent to
Real quick. Hey, Bob.
Ms.
So-
Marsh and then Virginia Maloney.
I wanted to quickly clarify, we didn't ask the applicant not to attend this meeting. The applicant chose not to attend,
That's right.
right? And even in the applicant's request for a deferral, we are still hearing and can vote on this application, Kay?
If you
Can
wish to vote.
make a motion of some kind, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is R.M. Marsh. I come from Thalia, and I am very concerned about the flooding in the city, and I am a volunteer with Stop the Flooding Now, and I frequently speak to the City Council about money and finances. And I'm holding up in front of you a number, $844,000. That is what we were given to study sea level rise, and we have the Dewberry study. This is dated March 8th of 2016, 2 years ago. We are going to have the Dewberry study, according to people who work in the Planning Commission, or the Planning Department, and the Stormwater Department, by the end of the year. We are 6 weeks out from the end of the year. What's the rush? Why was this rushed through? That's my question. Why was this rushed? When I went out to the site back in September, the end of August, I saw signs saying it was coming to planning on the 8th of September. That got deferred. That's when it had 164 homes on 122 acres. That was a push for anybody to have 1.5 homes per acre. And I believe our esteemed planning commissioner, Mr. Thornton, said wasn't going to happen, or maybe it was Mr. Ripley. Somebody said today in the informal, we were never going to put 1.5 homes per 1 acre. So finally, the senator got some wisdom and decided to reevaluate. But I went in and spent an hour with the planning people, and I looked at the stormwater reports. I spent an hour going through the 4-inch binder, and now I want to see the current stormwater report. Well, it's a mystery. There is no current stormwater report. If anyone listened to Mr. Bodner this morning, there is no stormwater report. None. We've got a post-development, we've got 116 homes, we have no stormwater report. How ridiculous is this applicant to put us through all this? The good citizens of Virginia Beach, our wonderful planning commission, our city council, why is this even happening? And I'm going to say that other people are going to talk about it, but the trees, how many trees are we going to cut down? We're making it worse by cutting down trees and building homes. This application shouldn't have gotten to this point today. And the fact that nobody clued in the dear senator that people had been writing in and emailing and that it should have stopped sooner before it got to you at your informal this morning, to me, just makes me angry. I will be back next month. I will speak again. I will speak to the city council. I will speak to anyone who will listen, because this should not be happening, because it's raising my taxes in failure. I not only have to deal with the flooding across the city, but my taxes are going up because these subdivisions, Asheville Park and Sherwood Lakes, need retroactive correction because whoever approved those plans with substandard sized drains created problems. So when y'all consider this, realize we are all watching really, really closely. And for me, it's under the microscope. And I'm sure they'll see me again in the planning department and in the stormwater department. And please, when you do get a chance to finally talk to this person who is presenting this, deny it.
Virginia Maloney, and then Bridget McNabb.
Good afternoon. My name is Virginia Maloney. I'm a resident in Sandbridge. I wanted to thank you all, first of all, commission members, for your dedication and your service to ensuring life in Virginia Beach thrives. I'm a tall chick. How about that? Last winter, at our Sandbridge Civic League meeting, representatives, I think there was 4 or 5 from the city manager's office, came to speak to our Civic League, and they presented a vision statement for 2040 for the city of Virginia Beach. And they listed a long list of visions on this statement, but somewhere down the line they said, and on this vision statement is the outlook for sustainable farming in our green zones. And my ears just immediately perked up. That was the first thing that they said, that I'm like, yes, that's what we have to pay attention to. So when the Q&A came and I asked the members, what does that look like? It was like a deer in headlights. Nobody knew. Nobody knew what that vision looked like. So 25 years ago, my family and I had the blessing of moving to Sandbridge. Some may say that it was for the beach, which you wouldn't be wrong. But back then, it's before sand, before sewer, and we could afford to get out there. Now it's very different. But actually, one of the biggest blessings to me about moving to Sandbridge, other than the beach, was I could leave Sandbridge and drive out and turn right and go into, all the stores and businesses that wanted me to be a consumer. But for me, I could also go out of Sandbridge and I could go left, and that was creative life out there. That's where the farms, the U-pickets, people that work hard to regenerate life and soil. And so I very rarely go into a grocery store. I know everybody's excited about the Wegmans and all this thing. To me, grocery stores represent embalmed food. there's a word that you're going to relate with, right, Ms. Oliver? It's embalmed, it's preserved, it's dead, it's not life. Those big stores don't excite me. And when they say, and they talk about in these Whole Foods and everything, organic foods and vegetables, no, they're not organic. And right now, that's just a whole nother issue before our courts, trying to preserve the label of organic. So those are hydroponically grown, those organics. And hydroponically grown does not represent life. The small farms in Pungo, and I know so many of these beautiful farmers out there, it's a lot of work to operate a small farm.
Your
And so-
time is up. Can you bring this to a conclusion?
Okay, so life. We need to understand what this vision that we hope for 2040 looks like. What does the word sustainable mean? To me, it's an average word. I don't like that. I want regenerative. I want to support the farmers and the life out here that regenerate soil. It's going to help with the runoff. We have some commercial farmers out there, big agriculture, that still uses the Roundup, and it's depleting our soils. That's going to add to the runoff and the flooding problems as well. So how do we support small farms and rejuvenating life and regenerative life? There's some amazing farmers out there doing that. That's life. That's what our vision needs to look like. Not sustainable. It's such a bland word. It's a step up, yes, from where we are, but it's average, and Virginia Beach can be very successful and very thriving if we support life. Thank you.
Bridget McNabb and then Al Henley.
Hi, my name's Bridget McNabb. I live on Sandbridge Road, and I'm personally affected, and my family and property is affected by the recent flooding. I'm going to read this so I don't go over my 3 minutes. Within the last 2 years, more than ever, we now see the effects of overdeveloping on sensitive land and the effects on our watershed from their excess stormwater. Back Bay's tributaries and the wetlands cannot handle the strain of the normal south wind flooding, along with the excess overdevelopment stormwater and rain coming from upstream. Development and agriculture have destroyed the majority of our inland wetlands that acted like natural sponges that trapped and slowly released rainwater, floodwater, and excess water. The trees that also slowed the speed of floodwaters and distribute them more slowly over the land have been destroyed. Our watershed is unique. Back Bay cannot be compared to other bays. The ocean inlet is so far away, the bay holds the water. Since the recent developments, stormwater issues, and recent flooding, the water is not flowing like it naturally should. The Clean Water Act that became law in 1972 requires that all U.S. streams meet certain water quality standards. Most of the creeks in our southern watershed, such as Hells Point, Asheville Bridge, Muddy Creek, Bedgars, North Landing River, fail to meet standards and are impaired. Back Bay watershed still does not have a final total maximum daily load implementation plan approved by the Environmental Protection Agency. The City of Virginia Beach TMDL Action Plan draft was just created June the 12th, 2018, a couple of weeks before DEQ's timeline. The existing pollution and flooding problem needs to be fixed and addressed first. Adding this development will add extra stormwater and pollutant loadings to these tributaries and into our watershed that will make its way into Back Bay. And then during a southern wind, the excess water will be pushed back inland onto us and will add more pollution to our crops, water, and those of us who have wells drinking water. Restoration efforts on our southern watershed and bay are likely to fail if the source of the problem continues and increases. Money will be wasted clearing the ditches and the canals for stormwater capacity if flooding continues, pushing muck back into them, and stormwater increases. Deputy City Manager said that development on undeveloped land will increase stormwater runoff, no matter what kind of new retention ponds are built with it. I'm asking you to please do not allow another development, Harvest Farms, to be developed in the area that needs to be fixed and nurtured. I would like to see the land used for flooding mitigation by removing the concrete on the airfield and plant bald cypress trees to add to our urban tree canopy. Adjustments must be made to our comprehensive plan and anything related to land use in the transition area or in the southern watershed and city codes. Citizens in the transition committee said no. Please do the same so we can start a new chapter, rehabilitate, and fix the area we call home. Let's become role models for other coastal communities. Thank you.
Al Henley and then Ted Zappia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of Planning Commission. Hope you're having a good day. I want to comment, I want to thank each one of you for your dedication to the city of Virginia Beach, and I know you know that you've got some very competent, reliable staff, and that's something to be proud of. Today, developer has not submitted a stormwater analysis. Therefore, we have no idea where this water is going to go. I find it very unprofessional and arrogance on the part of the developer for not even to show up today. Even though he knew it was going to be deferred, at least he could have had a representative down here before this crowd and says, we're going to defer this. I think it's very unprofessional that he had not even submitted a stormwater analysis for the staff to even go forward with this. The entire project may drain to the lowest point, which is Indian River Road. It's a natural wetlands, and a swamp clearly defines this area and is constantly flooded right to the edge of the pavement on Indian River Road. This same area of Indian River Road has been flooded 3 times in less than 12 months. One occasion, it was closed for 3 solid days for all vehicle traffic. That's including emergency traffic and EMS volunteers. Once man develops the land and alters the natural drainage, the hydrology can never be changed again. It will never go back to its natural state. Harvest Farms has not provided the city conclusive evidence that a proposed stormwater system has the potential to comply with the stormwater requirements set forth for the site. The southern watershed is highly impacted by the presence of high groundwater, poorly drained soils, and water surface elevations in downstream receiving waters, hence the swamp area and the wetlands I referred to. A more acceptable use for this would be to the city to purchase this property, move the farmers market to this location, and create a gateway to the county. The area be used for historical and environmental education center for our citizens and visitors alike. Let's plan for the future and leave a legacy that you and I can be proud of. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Henley? Al?
Yes.
First off, Al, welcome. It's as always, good to see you. For those who don't know, Mr. Henley served on this body for a number of years, 8 years, with great distinction. That said, I do want to clarify something the chairman just said before. Let's be clear about this. This application today, in our morning meeting, the informal, there was a lot of discussion about the stormwater and the lack of a stormwater plan that the city had requested of this applicant. So we made clear to the applicant that they would be in good stead to defer the application.
I understand.
Okay, for the purposes of having, of developing that stormwater strategy. So I think it's unfair to suggest that they stood us up or didn't do it. I mean, we requested that they defer it so that they could develop those missing items. I think the chairman made that early, and I think it's clear. People ought to be clear on that. I don't want to cast aspersions on someone for having done what we've asked them to do so they can provide that information. This gets to what the lady said earlier about what's the rush on this. Well, there isn't one. There isn't a rush on this, and so I think that's the purpose of that deferral. So I would like to be clear about that.
Yeah, you were very clear on that. Mr. Thornton was very clear on that. I clearly understood that. But as a professional team that these developers are supposed to represent, they could have had at least one individual down here to come forward and present his case and say, we appreciate you recommending deferral on this, which we will do. However, they should have come down here and made a more professional presentation for them. One other item, I went to 2 public hearings that Bill Steph, who is one of the developers on this, and he's probably watching me on TV, and I hope he is. And I clearly held my hand up for over 8 minutes. I don't think he really knew who I was, and I really don't care. I want to make a pointed question to him, and my question was finally this. When the developer, one of the builders says, Mr. Henley has his hand up for some time now. Mr. DeSteff, would you please recognize him? Which he finally did. And I said, Mr. DeSteff, where is the outfall on this going? Quote, we have no outfall, it is self-contained. Well, we all know there is no such animal as self-contained drainage system. So that's BS. Unprofessionally, I know I am. However, I'm very upset over this because they didn't come down today. At least they could have made, when these people took off work today, left their households and their work to come down here to show and present their case. I just think it's very unprofessional.
Okay, thank you.
I won't go on. I'll stop it from that.
Yeah, thank you.
But Mr. DeSteff lied to me, and I do not appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Ted Zappia and Francis Zappia.
My name is Ted Zappia. I live on Indian River Road. I've played and lived in Pungo since the 60s. We used to go fishing in Back Bay, used to catch citation bass. You're lucky to catch a bass at all in there now. But I've noticed since they developed Home Depot, Harris Teeter, Walmart, all that development north of us, the flooding has increased. You know, as the developments were built, the flood water into the bay, back it up to us, it's gotten worse. You know, we've been in the house that we're in right now since 1986. It used to flood once in a while if we had a south wind, but now we get flooding with a nor'easter, which we never used to get. You know, because the wind would push all the water into the bay and help us out. But now just a little bit of rain, you know, we get flooded. I went to Cullum High School. I graduated in '75. We had double shifts there. First shift, early shift for kids out in the county, and the other kids, you know, went to second shift. And I think that's what's going to happen again at the new Cullum High School. You know, there's developments now that haven't been fully built out yet, and all the kids aren't in there and going to school yet. So I think that's going to, you know, we should deny this proposal. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Francis Zappia and Leanne Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis Zappia. I'm his wife. And I live on Indian River Road. We've been there since 1986. And we've seen our property flooding more and more in the last 10 years. I disapprove of this rezoning for the Harvest Farm project. Approving these new subdivisions of homes means you are deciding to sacrifice our home and the quality of our lives for the sake of building new homes that will contribute to the flooding and become an additional liability to the city. It means you're choosing to participate in increasing development at a time when science and rising sea level points to development in this area facing record flooding and will continue to do so. Approving for this new growth would negatively impact the conditions and value of our homes. Where is the responsibility to protect us taxpaying citizens of Virginia Beach? Why will our city's zoning department approve additional development at a time when the southeastern portion of the city has street flooded to the point of no access and citizens are virtually trapped in their home repeatedly and more frequently than ever before? Please protect us from this bound devastations instead of approving the likelihood of increasing flood occurrences. I strongly reject this project. I thank you for listening, and I hope that you will stand and take responsibility to not contribute more to the flooding of our community, Pungo. Thank you.
Leanne Gonzalez.
She just stepped out for a moment.
Okay, come back. Teresa Langle? Langell?
Can you hear me? Is this close enough? My name is Teresa Langell, and I'm here as a citizen of Virginia Beach and a flooding victim of Matthew, Hurricane Matthew. I do not live down by Pungo. I live over by Lynn Haven Parkway and Holland Road in the area called the Lakes. Almost in my court, 5 out of probably about 8 homes were affected by the flood. We were the worst, and also 9 vehicles. In my court, we were the only ones that had flood insurance. We chose to do that because we had a lake in back of us, and we live at the ocean, even though it wasn't required. Most of the people that live around me that did not have insurance are still 2 years later recovering from Hurricane Floyd. They've either moved out, Matthew, they've either moved out or they're living in some pretty strange and not too good situations. As far as I know, no one's come out to check the homes for any molds or anything like that. I oppose and would like this committee to deny rezoning of any sort to allow more development that will support and encourage developers to continue to develop. Asheville Park is a $20 million taxpayer nightmare, and so are other developments. To build more that will create more problems and more cost to us, and prolong our area being taken care of, I consider that to be unwise and unfair. I've heard a lot of people talk today about the schools, about further development, how A leads to B leads to C, and I've actually seen that since we decided to force North Carolina to let us use Lake Gaston. When that happened, once they were forced to do that, development just went crazy, and it's been going crazy ever since. My granddaughter is in a school in Virginia Beach that has another school sitting on their property. So I guess that would be about 2,000 students. I heard talk of schools. I think there's further development planned to build more schools, to make a hamlet out of Pungo. I heard biomedical mentioned a lot during the campaign, and all this development. So I think if this zoning is approved, we are going to see a development occur that's probably as big as what's happened down at Town Center.
Ma'am, your
Thank you.
time is.
I just would like you to deny this and take care of the problems that we have. That's kind of not Common Core thinking, but common sense. To take care of the problems that we have and solve our drain problems that you said don't bring up, that have not been checked, that are antiquated. And like where I live, I don't think most people there have home. We had water coming from everywhere. So thank you.
Thank you.
It's a privilege. Thank you.
Diana Hicks, and then Jane Rowe.
Hello and good afternoon, Chairman Thornton, members of the Planning Commission, and the Hokie Nation. My name is Diana Hicks. I'm a resident of Virginia Beach, and I serve as an appointed member of the Transition Area ITA Citizens Advisory Committee. I came here today to ask each of you to deny the application submitted by Pungo Property LLC, which requests a conditional rezoning from Ag 1 and 2 to conditional PDH 2 Ag 1 and Commercial B2. In fact, I encourage you to do that today, if possible. We've been advised on a number of times that we should make our comments relevant based on the changes that have occurred since 11 a.m. this morning. And I have to say, it's a little bit tough for some of us who come here prepared to speak on a certain application in its existing form, and then to kind of regroup and make sure that we don't also simultaneously repeat what somebody else said in front of us. I know it's a burden for all of you to listen to some of the things that seem to be said over and over again, but I think it's important for us today to address the disappointment that many of us feel here today in the audience, in both the applicant and in the process. So I'm going to try to keep this relevant, and I'm going to try to not put too much emphasis on the absence of the applicant. But all of these people came here today prepared and ready to participate in the public hearing process. It's no small feat. People took time from their jobs, school, their families, arranged childcare. They're here to represent themselves, their neighbors, their communities, and their organizations. For many like myself, if you can hear the shaking in my voice, standing here is uncomfortable. So I'm still going to try to keep it relevant, although tough given the changing circumstances of the day. But we are here, and we're here only to find the reason that you will not be voting, or we think you won't be voting on this today, to make a recommendation on this application, is because the applicant is not prepared. They didn't do something that is integral in today's applications of providing a stormwater analysis. There's no way this was missed by accident. There's no reason for any of us to be sitting here listening to this application or standing up against it when there's so much evidence that that's such a crucial part. It's almost laughable that we're supposed to excuse their absence and ignore the fact that they weren't prepared to speak in front of you. This is your time. This is our city staff's time. This is the people behind me. It's our time. Why are they not here? Why are they not responsible? Why are we excusing that? That's going to beep a little bit longer because I'm definitely not finished. So the reason I think they're not here is they're not prepared to hear the resounding and unequivocal no that is blatantly obvious to anybody that's paying attention, except for those who stand to make a financial gain. I rewrote this speech when I got here, by the way, so I'm not as cohesive and coherent as I normally like to be. Another disappointment, that the process allows for these last-minute changes to seem to benefit the applicant, not the public or the greater good. I'm disappointed that this process takes place at noon on a workday, discriminating against all who wish to participate in the process but can't for the sake of jobs and other responsibilities. I'm disappointed that the politics and timing that this process enables seems paramount to the concerns of the people. All of these people, you've heard record numbers of people signing petition. We're exhaustingly listening to people standing against this. And there are people who have written you letters and made phone calls to your offices and are pleading with you. This is not the time nor the place for this development. It's inappropriate, it's inaccurate, it's egregious, it's out of context. There's so many things that can be said against this project. It's almost ridiculous that we're talking about it.
Can you wind up in just a minute?
Sure. I did come here with a summary of reasons why you should deny this application. We must wait for the Dewberry study recommendations, and before we contemplate any new development, we must take into consideration the damage that has already been done and the irreversible changes to our landscape in the TA. We must acknowledge the facts related to stormwater drainage, flooding, and sea level rise. We must adjust our thinking and our planning, our policies, and our guidelines to reflect the issues and problems we can no longer avoid and that the City of Virginia Beach taxpayers are paying for to correct. We must be good stewards of the environment and the taxpayer dollar. We must protect the special places in our city that include Pungo and the Rural South. And we must listen to the people here, speaking or not, those that have written to you, called, signed their names to petitions. This is not a matter of can they fix it. This is bigger than that. I've heard a number of times now that we can't consider an application that's not finished and that the stormwater drainage is not been reconciled. I think you should hear through all of these speeches today that this is bigger, that we're not waiting for an engineered fix down here. There's more at stake. It's the heritage of this area. It's the quality of life for these people. It's something that our city will lose forever if we can't adjust our thinking and recognize this is not a matter of a developer coming in with a self-contained stormwater system and think it's not going to impact all the other things that have been put at your feet and that are at stake today. Sorry if I was a little emotional, but this means a lot to a lot of people, and it means a lot more to our city as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Rowe. And then Patrick.
Okay, first, I wanted to say that I did take offense at something a previous speaker said in reference to Ocean Lakes High School. I really resent that denigration of Ocean Lakes High School because my daughter did go there. And despite this ghettoization, she actually got a good background and went on to graduate with honors from Tech. So please don't denigrate neighborhoods and schools. But in reference to Harvest Farms, I anticipated the deferral today because, of course, you can't make a decision without a stormwater analysis. However, I would like to express the opinion that this is fundamentally flawed. I want to piggyback off what this first speaker, Herb Jones, and particularly what Al Henley had to say. There are things that no plan can solve. First off, we are faced with climate change. We're faced with the soils, which for the most part are heavy clay, poor draining soils. We're faced with flat terrain. And the simple fact that, and I'm not an engineer, as Mr. DeSteff has pointed out, but I do understand that water does have to go someplace. And in the normal course of events, it goes downstream. So I think this is fundamentally flawed for those reasons. Also, the one thing that nobody has mentioned is the old Pungo airfield and the possibility that contaminants may have not been ruled out and cannot be ruled out. So is that setting, are you going to have 51 houses setting on top of a Superfund site? I would hate to be the one who had voted for this application if that turns out to be the case. And thirdly is just the impact on our culture, on Pungo culture, on the businesses, the small locally based businesses that you have, the young people who are coming back here to start small businesses, and the lovely vista, the weddings that are being held in the restaurants and coffee shops in Pungo, the lovely vista that it affords. Is it really fair to these business owners to let strip commercial develop, to ruin, sabotage what they've done to develop this lovely venue for weddings and lunches and brunches? Great if you would call her. So please consider the impact on the culture and on the environment, and consider that this application is fundamentally flawed.
Thank you.
Virginia Wasserberg. And then Patrick Abernathy.
Good afternoon. Before I start my time, may I ask a quick question? As I'm a little bit confused as to whether or not this body would be just deferring no matter what we say, or if you might approve or deny. Because I would like for a denial, but I don't think I want to waste my time anymore if it's already been decided for deferral. So
We can make an alternative motion. We can make a motion in either one of those directions.
okay, I was confused.
My
by
understanding,
what-
okay?
Can I say something?
Sure.
I wish everyone would realize we're here. We're listening to you. This is part of the process. You're not wasting your time. You're presenting your case about this project. We understand, and we hear you.
Okay,
And we're listening. And
I appreciate that.
It's not like it doesn't count because they're not here.
Right.
No, I appreciate that. It was just comments from you, Mr.
Well, we
Thornton,
came
Mr.
here with the
Redmond.
idea of deferral, but I'm not sure that's where we'll end up.
Okay.
We're 11 people, and we'll make a decision, and we want, as Mike says, we want you to tell us what's on your mind. We'd like you to keep it succinct. We don't need to hear the same thing over and over and over.
I have
But if
something
you-
different to speak about.
If you've got something different, then we'd love to hear from you.
I have something very different to speak about. In fact, I submitted two pieces of paper to you. The person at the desk, it begins
We
with this
got it.
colorful sheet.
We got it.
I think you've already really hashed out what's on the first page there when it comes to these two pictures are from our stormwater master plan and parcels 1 and 2. Parcel 1 lies in stormwater watershed 10, and parcel 1 is in watershed 10, parcel 2 is in watershed 9, and those have not been completed by the stormwater master plan, so I think you kind of hashed all that out. But moving on to the second page of that, you can see on that second page, there is a picture of Indian River Road, which I took on July 24th. I actually drove through a closed road and drove over the bridge that's on West Neck Creek, and that picture is looking from that bridge toward the corner of Indian River and Princess Anne Road. And as you can see in that picture, the road floods in several places. The picture that is below that is the same day on the corner of Princess Anne and Indian River Road, just to give you reference that that road does close. And it did close on July 24th, as well as, I believe, 2 or 3 other times this year. So I just wanted to give you that picture and let you see what you're looking at here when it comes to parcel 1. Parcel 1 has an ingress and egress, as you can see on the picture over here. It has it on Indian River Road, which is kind of in the middle of that parcel 1 there. As you see in that picture, that second picture, if people wanted to go down Princess Anne Road and turn right onto Indian River Road to access their property from Indian River Road, there's a good chance that the road is going to be closed several times of the year. If you look at the first picture that I took, as you can see, I was standing about 3,500 feet away from this ingress and egress. So I was standing kind of a little bit beyond the open space that is on the western side of Princess Anne Road. And that floods. It floods a lot. Now, we can raise the road, but that water has to go somewhere. It's not just gonna find its way somewhere else. It's probably gonna find its way into Harvest Farms. And I think that needs to be considered because we're looking at 65 homes in parcel 1. And when you're looking at 65 homes there is a chance that they could flood. Now, it has been said that,
Your light's on, sorry.
I know, I'm sorry. I mean,
Just wind it up real quick.
Okay, real quick, I was trying to address the fact that
If stop the flooding now, it's approved. Does she get an extra minute or 2?
No, I'm not an official group. No. But parcel 1 does have its stormwater, and it is supposed to drain down into the ground, but as you may be aware, the water table is very high there. So if parcel 1's stormwater does drain down into the ground, it does go into West Neck Creek, which is filled to capacity because of other developments that are north of this proposed development. They drain into West Neck Creek as well, and there is not a plan on the table right now to dredge West Neck Creek nor to increase its capacity. So that must be considered when you're considering the planning of this. The developer may find a way to drain his water so his homes don't flood in that area when it rains, but that water has to go somewhere, and it's going to go into West Neck Creek. That's the plan.
Okay, we do need to ask you to wind up.
Okay, and that's really what I wanted you to look at, is that the water will drain. It will drain into West Neck Creek. West Neck Creek is filled to capacity, and water has to find its way somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you. I ask you to deny it.
Robert Abernathy. Then Barbara Messner.
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Abernathy, I'm a mixed animal veterinarian. Came to this area from the western side of the state because it was a little bit of a niche area. We have agricultural area, horses, cattle. If it neighs, moos, or slithers or barks, I've probably worked on it in Pungo. Got to know a lot of the people. Very ingrained people. Really work hard on the land, including the commercial farmers. I come from an agricultural background on the western side of the state, and I've seen the same urban sprawl happen in the Harrisonburg, Shenandoah Valley area. I've had dairy farmers that used to be in this area that moved to Harrisonburg, and now they're getting pushed out there as well. Biggest thing is I think you're losing a component of this area, which is a big niche market. Have people that I know out here, the Vaughns, they're working with like the Cavalier Hotel with grass-fed beef. They're getting their brewer's grain from these breweries that we were talking about earlier today. So I think you have a good niche market in this area. I think with further development, you're going to kind of kill that. And, you're kind of killing a society. Other aspect, too, I've noticed as development has happened in front of my farm, traffic has gotten extremely bad. I can't even get my tractor on the highway anymore. Other thing, too, wildlife population is pushed out into Pungo for development. We've had bears, a lot more bear sightings out there. And then the other thing with flooding, I'm going to go on a different side of that. Being a veterinarian, Virginia Department of Health, our encephalitis cases, our West Nile cases have increased over the last couple years, and that's due to standing water. With more development, you're going to have more standing water, more flooding, more disease. So I think you really got to look at that aspect on a lot of these developments. But other than that, I'm totally against it, and my farm is as well. Thank you.
Barbara Messner, and then Leanne Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Messner, and I'm very impressed. I go to council frequently. I'm very impressed with the time and the input that y'all are giving. I greatly appreciate it. I don't understand how a developer can no-show for a project and just call in his requests for denial. If you don't show up for court, the case is thrown out. I think the same should apply here. These people have been coming for quite a long time. This isn't the first time, this issue. And I was here when one of the school teachers asked for y'all to wait on the Dewberry study. That was quite a while back. Public safety and public health are the duties of our government. We have leaking sewer pipes throughout the city. That's one of the major causes for our roads crumbling. All these breweries, we now have flash flooding on Oceana Boulevard. That's never happened in the 40 years I've lived here. That road hasn't been repaved since the 90s. Red Wing drains to Pungo and Back Bay. I've sent pictures, if you get a chance to look at them, Mr. Frankenfield and Mr. Wall. I'd greatly appreciate it because I've taken pictures of many clogged drains that are not cleaned by the city. They no longer clean the roads. The breweries are supposed to be in industrial locations. They are adding, I think there's 250 at the last count. They're adding a major stress on all the drains. Do any of you know the number of sewer pipes that are leaking, the drains that are broken, and the pump stations that are clogged and broken? I've taken pictures where they had the 2 million gallons of raw sewage on Laskin Road at the community chapel.
May I interrupt you for a minute?
Yes.
Would you please speak to this matter?
I am. I'm talking about
We can't
the
fix.
infrastructure problems throughout our city and the drains where I live and where I tried to ask for a deferral. It drains to, and if you'll check the timing, because I haven't finished when you interrupted me, it drains to Back
I want you to
Bay.
focus on this project.
I am.
I'd love
I'm asking
that.
for a deferral. I'm asking for a denial.
Okay.
I
well,
think it should be denied. And Yeah, there were 2,000 people that spoke on Owls Creek. I'm talking about the due process. There were 2,000 people, and we couldn't even get a deferral. Thank you.
Leanne Gonzalez. And this is our last speaker for this.
Nothing earth-shattering. I feel so passionate about this, this development. What comes to mind when you hear the word Pungo? Farming, horses, strawberry festival, picking strawberries, beautiful open spaces. My husband retired as a Navy captain 9 years ago this spring, and deciding where to settle down and make roots for our family is usually quite a tough decision for military families. We have moved numerous times, made friends across the country, and have immediate family living in 3 different states. However, making the decision to stay in Virginia Beach came easily to us. With 3 young children in school, the beach and the proximity to rural Pungo all weighed heavily in our decision. I always tell everyone that asks, why did you decide to stay in Virginia Beach? Virginia Beach has the big city feel with a small town personality. The geographical diversity in our city is what sets us apart from so many other places that we could have chosen to live. All in one day, you can shop in town center, swim in the ocean, dry off, and go pick strawberries in Pungo. Please don't take this uniqueness away from the citizens of this beautiful city. My kids have grown up looking forward to the Strawberry Festival every year, picking berries and wanting to see beautiful horses grazing in the farms as we drive to Pungo Pizza. If Harvest Farms is approved, my fear is that instead of driving to pick berries, I will be driving my grandkids to a museum to show them what a real farm actually used to look like. Please make the right decision and listen to your citizens when we say we do not want this development in Pungo. Thank you for your time.
That's the last speaker. Thank you all for your time and your energy and your effort. With that, we will close the public hearing, and there's no one here to rebut your comments, so we will have open the.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Sure, certainly.
I know everybody's asking for a denial today, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that if we deny this today, they can go straight to city council. So, in essence, it speeds the progress of this project up, potentially. If we defer it, the developer has to go back, rework on this, or maybe he decides not to work on it, he's done with it. So when we're asked for denial, I just need you to understand that that can speed up the entire process of this.
Okay, other comments? Karen?
So I think that earlier this morning, what we were talking about was taking, being patient in the process of the studies that needed to come forward, the Dewberry study and the Southern Watershed studies, and how important they were. However, I think waiting for studies is fine if we truly believe a project adds benefit to an area. And in my humble opinion, this project does not. I think that the community has spoken loudly to all of us through emails, letters, and coming here in person more than once to say to us that clearly they feel this puts not only a lifestyle at risk, but their very livelihoods at risk. And I think we need to take that seriously into consideration as we evaluate this project in our own minds, and to also believe that we can be proactive in being preemptive. So we look forward into the future and we say, we can provide, a couple of the speakers said, be an example as a coastal city to other areas of what can be done when you think forward into the future and you preserve areas that seem vulnerable to sea level rise, subsidence, more significant weather events, wind tides, whatever the case may be. And I think that in considering a project in relation to its impact on the land and land use, this project illustrates itself to be negative to a great degree in all of those ways. And so I would like to make a motion to deny it.
Do I have any other comments, or do I have a second to that motion? Mr. Redmond?
Yeah, Well, I was one of the ones this morning that suggested that this be deferred because there was a great deal of comment that it was incomplete without the stormwater studies. And the applicant then requested to have it deferred. It seems to me it's not particularly fair to ask someone to defer something to pursue additional studies and say, we don't care, we're going to deny it. So, I mean, I think
I
think we have the, I wasn't talking to you. I was suggesting this morning that we ought to have that information because otherwise it's incomplete. And if then they defer it, it seems to me that that's kind of how the process ought to work if you're going to be in any way fair about it. So, I mean, I think we ought to defer it and we ought to try and get that information and we'll see what happens then.
Mike?
You know, I think everyone here would agree that we are in a process. Some people don't like the process, apparently, but we are in our process that is established by the city codes and so forth. We are in a situation where, as was just stated by Mr. Redmond, it was our idea that, and after looking at the application, after getting a lot more information about it this morning, that it wasn't really ready for decision. And we, again, as has been said several times, we initiated the request for a deferral. So it would hardly be fair to the applicant to pull the rug out and say, oh, well, we changed our mind, we're just going to go ahead and deny it or approve it or whatever. Well, they'd be happy about that, of course. But we can't I can't pull the rug out from under them. We have to go through with a deferral, and I think that's the right thing to do. It's our job to make land use decisions and to decide what's the highest and best use of a piece of property that's owned by a citizen of the city. So we're in that process, and I don't know how it's going to come out, but we deserve to give the applicant deserves to be given the process just as you do, and we're in it. And I would believe a deferral is appropriate.
Well, there's a motion on the table to deny. So far, I don't have a second. Mr. David?
I understand where Karen's coming from, because I also believe that nothing's going to change what's going to happen here when the studies come out. I think it might even get worse. There's going to be more restrictions once the study comes out on how to build things. So, but then again, we did ask them to defer it. And I don't feel right denying this just because we've asked them to defer it. We need to wait for the studies to come out. We need to sit back. It's going to be a couple more months. Again, like I said, I don't think that when the studies do come out, it's going to change anything at all. But we have to give them that because we've asked them to do that. That's my opinion.
Okay. Ron?
I think you absolutely cannot do anything else but defer it. I think that it is a process, and what's going on here is very peculiar. And I've been on this commission a long time, and I've never seen us do this where we ask somebody to defer it and then start talking about denying it before they even have an opportunity to present their case. Whether it's right or wrong, or it won't change anybody's mind, I can't help it. It's the process, and it's got to be fair. And I think for anybody to not deny them the opportunity to at least present their case, it would be absolutely wrong. I'm with you.
Don?
I think we owe it. I mean, it's the process. There was a decision made several years ago to establish a transition area. And in that transition area, it was said that for every developable acre, you could be able to have the density of 1 unit per acre. And this property has been laying there for a long time and hadn't come up. So there's some people now, some property been developed that at that 1 per acre, and I'm sure many of you live in some of that property that was developed in that transition area. So I think it's hard to deny somebody the opportunity to try to develop a piece of property in that area because according to our regulations, he can apply for that. So we've got to give that due process to the individual to do that. Now, the last couple of 3 years, ever since the hurricane, and we've had the flooding issues, and in those flooding issues exposed some bad engineering that took place in Asheville Park and some other areas in the city that caused a lot of flooding. all this flooding and all has come to the top. That was the main topic during that election we just had. Everybody's gonna fix the flooding, I don't really know how you fix the flooding except cut off the rain, but, we don't want that to happen either, not entirely, but, that doesn't help it either entirely. But we've got to go through the process, and I said this morning, one of my statements that I made this morning, that until we find some conclusions and some fixes to some of the problems we got, I don't feel comfortable with voting on anything that's going to possibly add to the problem we've got. So that's when we decided that we better wait and to get a deferral till we can get this process completed with the application, because there's some things that aren't complete in the application. We need to get those things completed. We need to get these studies back, and then I think a very educated decision can be made as to whether we can go with this project or not. So that's my take on it, Bob, and I think we are obligated to go with the deferral.
I think Jack has something to say.
Jack?
Okay, yeah, and I just, I would concur. I think we've had a lot of great input, and I think we've heard a lot of, the importance of the heritage and the culture, that, Pungo brings to the city. But I think it's only fair to hear the applicant speak,
So we have, I'm sorry, Jeff?
Real quick, going back to what I said a minute ago and kind of what David said, if we vote right now to deny, it goes to council. Council could approve it, and it's done, and they could build this. If we defer it right now, they're going to kick this can down the road. This study could come out in 30 days. That could make it even more difficult to do this, which could cause the developer to completely walk away. So I think, to me, the best option right now is to defer this.
So can I?
Hang on,
Well,
wait a minute, one
I
at a
have a
time.
motion on the table, so.
There is a motion on the
I'll pull
table.
my
We don't have a
motion.
second. Okay.
But I want to make sure I clear something up. We did not vote to ask the developer to defer. And there were different voices in the informal in relation to that. And the opinion I gave a few minutes ago is how I felt in there, is that we ask for a wait on studies if we feel as though those studies are going to create a different answer in us. And for me, the answer would be the same. And that's why I made a motion to deny. Because while I may vote to defer in deference to the rest of the commission, and because Jeff makes a good point in that, it does then go on a fast track. Nevertheless, I do feel as though this is an opportunity for the city to be brave in making a decision about, and I want it to go in the transcript as having said that, because I think it's important that we as a city be brave in going forward in what we do with land that is vulnerable to flooding, and that we are responsible stewards of that land, and this is a way to do that. So while we requested that the applicant request a deferral, it wasn't a vote taken, it wasn't something all of us necessarily agreed on, and I will defer to the opinion of the commission if they determine, and I will remove my motion.
Okay. Dee?
So when we decided to table this after listening to city staff and the engineers and the Dewberry, which we know, we've heard some of it, I've heard some of the Dewberry report, and it was specifically because this application certainly wasn't taking that into their application. They want to fast track it, they want to get it through prior to these studies being done and seeing what the results were. The deferral on my part was so that they would have to hang their hat on what these reports were going to come out. Knowing when they came out, the land is so sensitive and flooding is has been so disastrous down there, and I don't use that word lightly on any level whatsoever, that development, as we see it pictured right here, would have to drastically change. I wanted who owned the piece of property to have the opportunity to adjust it should it still be a viable piece of land on a smaller scale to develop. That being said, it might not even have that option. But with Jeff, I don't want to fast track it through, and this way it slows everything up and gives him a chance to have to be accountable, or them accountable to these reports coming forth. And that's where I stand on that. And that's why I would go ahead with the deferral.
Dave Redmond.
Mr. Chairman, I move an indefinite deferral of the application.
Second. Don Horsley is a second.
By a vote of 10 to 0, agenda item number 9, Pungo Property LLC, has been deferred. Our next item to be heard is agenda item number 13, City of Virginia Beach. This is an ordinance to amend sections 102, 111, 401, 501, 601, 901,
Wait till he finishes.
1,110, 1,125, 1521, and 2203 of the city zoning ordinance, and section 5.2 of the Oceanfront Resort District Form-Based Code, and add sections 209.6 and 241.2 of the city zoning ordinance pertaining to the definition, requirements, and use of home sharing and short-term rentals.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, so if you're here for the next two items, we'll be back in about 10 minutes to 4. Thank you.
I gotta leave.
Thank you.
gotta go.
We'll move this back around. Thank you. So good to see you.
Left.
So you know what I
I
did.
know he could. I think we were.
I was kind of thinking.
Did you?
I think we should I know it, but I got it. I'm not dealing with it. I'm not saying, don't yell at me. You're yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. Don't yell at me.
I got some. First time I've ever
I don't know that you
It may not have been heard. It's case number 13, so. And for those of you in the audience, I'm going to say the same thing that I said before. The Planning Commission is going to have a work session on this matter. So if you want to come speak, you're here. We understand you've taken time off, you've got babysitters, you're doing all that you need to do to be here, and we're appreciating that. But what day are we going to have a workshop?
29th.
The 29th of November. And you're welcome to come, but the way it's set up, you can't speak, you can listen to us process this. So we're going to hear this now, but we're not going to vote on it. So you're welcome to come and speak, and you've got people signed up to speak?
I have 5 speakers in support.
Oh, in support. This is fantastic.
In support of councils.
So if you all can get together real fast and combine your notes and send one person up, we would be most appreciative. Or if you want, just come, call the speakers, please, and let us know what's on your mind.
Donna Watson.
Yeah.
State your name for the record, please.
Wait till I get up here, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Donna Watson, and I represent Protect Virginia Beach Neighborhoods. We are a citywide group dedicated to protecting the quality of life in our city's stable residential areas. City Council proposed ordinances pertaining to short-term rentals it's a fair compromise, and we support it. It will allow short-term rentals to continue to occur, but it will also include common-sense regulations that will limit negative impact on the residents, the neighborhoods, and the renters. Y'all heard or spoke at length earlier about the negative impacts of lights on a neighborhood. Short-term rentals also have impacts on our neighborhoods. In addition to protecting neighborhoods, Protect Virginia Beach Neighborhoods has been and continues to be very concerned with doing all possible to ensure safety. Sadly, several people seem to have placed monetary gains before safety. To us, that's absolutely mind-boggling. A constant comment from people when discussing this issue has been, well, once the first fatality occurs, then things will change. Sad, people think that the only way that safety will be an issue is if there is a tragedy. The proposed ordinance is a good step towards being proactive and not reactive. I'm not sure how many of you watched the numerous workshops that City Council held on this issue. I attended all the workshops and watched the members wrangle with short-term rentals. A running joke on council was, there's nothing short about short-term rentals. Some of the key issues before council that were contentious were, one ordinance will not meet the needs of all Virginia Beach. The proposed ordinance has taken in the comments and concerns from the entities across the city and has attempted to address this concern. Secondly, it's impossible to enforce such things as maximum occupancy. The guest log is a tool that other jurisdictions use to do this. The only time maximum occupancy should be an issue is if there are problems at the short-term rental. The city is not staffed to have their employees go out and count the heads in the beds. Thirdly, having more than one rental in a 7-day period is disruptive of a community. It means that there is a constant flow of strangers in the short-term rental next door. Short-term rentals are an issue throughout the entire country. They're here in Virginia Beach. There are almost 2,200 short-term rentals throughout the city. These rentals are not limited to the traditional areas that have had short-term rentals, and the number seems to grow every single time I get a report from the Commissioner of the Revenue. I applaud City Council for taking steps to recognize and regulate short-term rentals. When you consider the proposed short-term rental ordinance, I urge you to support it. It is a good compromise. It will protect our residents, it will our neighborhoods and our renters, and it will allow short-term rentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jack Drescher, representing the North Virginia Beach Civic League.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Drescher. I'm the immediate past president of and representative of the Civic League. And as coincidence would have it, I was also the chairman of the City Council appointed ad hoc committee to study this issue over 2 years ago, which is hard to believe. And here we are looking at the recommendations of the city staff on this issue. I will tell you that the Civic League unanimously endorsed this recommendation. We like it a lot. It addresses very reasonably in our judgment, the tension that naturally exists between private property rights and the sanctity of a residential neighborhood. Of the 17 points in the recommendation of the ordinance, I would like to emphasize one, however, because I think it may be one that will be addressed by you specifically. The city staff has recommended that there be one rental per 7-day period within that 30-day scheme of the definition of a short-term rental. We think that's extraordinarily reasonable because it could, in theory at least, allow 52 per year, which is more than enough. We worry that if you add more days, say 2 per week, which would be 104, that's just too many. And the Civic League objects to that.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your
Can
time.
I ask him a question on that?
Certainly.
Yes, sir.
2 per week or 104 per year? You want to, I mean, would you want to put a total per year, or you want to just put 2 per week?
And I understand,
You know, you
I
got
think
swing
the
season.
dynamic of what you're talking about, because in talking, and as chair of that committee, we talked to a lot of real estate brokers, and they were very concerned about the shoulder season in the spring and in the fall predominantly. That's an idea that may well work. I think that would be very difficult, and from a verbiage standpoint, to establish an ordinance along those lines. What we really want to avoid is the equivalent of a hotel in a residential neighborhood. We don't want to see, let's say in the summer months, in June, July, and August, say in the North End, where you had 50 rental days, where you had people just in a revolving door going in and out of next-door neighborhoods. And that's what we want to avoid, and we think the only reasonable way to do that is what Mr. Kemp and city staff have done, and we've been working with Ms. Wilson and the city attorney all along on this, is the one per week would work best. Yes, it may limit to a certain degree the number of rentals that could happen during the shoulder season, but that's a trade-off, and all of this really is a trade-off to come up with a reasonable solution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jack?
Yes.
One other thing, this recommendation is a recommendation from city council. It's their recommendation to us to study.
Right.
So it's what staff drafted it, but they did it on their behalf.
Well,
So,
it's
I just
it's
wanted you
been a
to be clear on
circuitous
that.
route. I mean, it's gone from us
I
to
know.
city council, back to you, back to council, and now it's back to you.
Us, yeah.
Right. I do understand that.
Okay, good.
Any other questions?
Mr. Redmond.
Just very quickly,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Drescher, I'd like to thank you and all the other folks who are still here for having waited all throughout. I've seen you sitting out there, and I know it's like going to a ball game or something like that. It's a lot easier if you're on the field than if you're just kind of sitting there in the stands getting cold, so I appreciate your being here also.
Well, I came away from all this with a greater appreciation for what you do. You have a tremendous amount of patience. Thank you.
Larry Horvath. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Larry Horvath. I'm speaking on behalf of the majority of the membership of the Bay Lake Pines Civic League, and I'm talking about the overwhelming majority. We had a bad experience with a short-term rental 2 summers ago, and our neighborhood has been mobilized. We are keeping on top of this situation closely, and based on our experience, we want to encourage you to adopt the staff recommendation for the ordinances that were proposed. We want you to control and limit the spread of these businesses into our neighborhood, and I'm sure other neighborhoods would agree with that if you asked them door to door. We mostly fear the loss of community and the sense of familiarity that a weekly influx of strangers into short-term rentals would impose on us. And we don't think that any of you would want that in a house across the street from you or next to you, to have strangers, new groups every week. I just did a short-term rental 2 weeks ago in Urbana, and it was a little cottage that looked great on the photographs on the Airbnb site, but the neighbors were not happy to see us there. And I'm sure they were not too happy to have that short-term rental next door. Residential zonings were created to protect a sense of community, and according to Webster's, resident means to reside. It means to permanently occupy. So STRs, short-term rentals, are definitely non-conforming with residential zonings. So we agree that conditional use permits need to be required to control these things, to keep them from proliferating. They are most appropriate because these businesses are absolutely non-conforming. In closing, it's our experience that for every homeowner that thinks he wants to open up, turn his home or sell his home to somebody who's going to turn it into a business, there are probably dozens of neighbors that don't want him to do that. So we're asking you to not let this happen to our neighborhoods and to control their spread. We support the staff's recommendation that the ordinances that were drafted be recommended, particularly the conditional use permits in residential neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Mike Griffith. You can state your name for the record, sir.
Mike Griffith, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and Ms. Oliver. It's nice to see you again, and thank you for your time at the Commonwealth Brewery. So I'm here. I own Chicks Beach Rental and Fishing, and I'm here to implore the board here to not recommend throwing out the mom and pop with the water. I've had my business for 5 years now. We've never had any incident. In fact, all my neighbors on my street have offered to write letters of endorsement if it ever came to that, because we do get along so well as the benefit to my neighborhood and the local community that we provide in both. tangible and intangible ways. So I do support regulations. I think it keeps those of us who are doing it right from getting lumped into the folks that do it wrong. But my concern is, especially when hearing all these regulations imposed because of event houses and things like that, which of course I do not want event houses. That is not what we do, and that I don't think anybody should have to have that in their neighborhood. My concern is some of these regulations that are being proposed is, to address the event houses is going to hurt the small mom and pop operations like myself, in either a financial or a physical way. One example, and it's interesting that it was brought up, is the limit of one rental per week. I don't quite understand it. I hear what they say. I'm Chicks Beach Rental and Fishing. The fishing part is I'm a charter captain. Ever since I've watched the Bob Newhart show, I've always wanted to have a place where people could come and go fishing with me and stay with me. As my retirement, I've fulfilled that dream now. So I have folks who come in from out of town and bring their families. They stay for 2, 3, maybe 4 nights, fish 1 or 2 days, and then they leave. I also have my neighborhood. We host their families for, weddings. We just had a funeral, baptisms, holidays, especially in the off season, and just come down to visit the grandkids. They come for 2 or 3 days, a long weekend, not for a week. We're not the Outer Banks. We don't do week-to-week rentals. We help people out, and sometimes it's short term, sometimes it's a week. So I don't quite understand if you have somebody there for a whole week or you have 2 people there for a half a week each. So anyway, in closing, I invested a lot of time, my life savings, as many others did, in good faith with the city when I called and to find out if I could do this. We've now been doing this. It's building. Everybody benefits. And I just hope you remember us, the little guy, that are just, serving the community when you propose your regulations.
Thank you. Any questions, David?
How many places do you have? Just one right now?
Yes, well, just now and forever. I have no dreams of turning into Outer Banks. I'm at Chicks Beach. That's Chicks Beach. I'm in the Chesapeake Beach neighborhood of Chicks Beach, and it's a duplex. I live there on the 3rd floor, and I rent out the 2nd floor because it's easier for me, and I want control of who's in my house, for both me and my neighbors.
How long have you been doing it?
I started about 5 years ago and been slowly building up the business.
Okay, nice. Good for you. How, is there? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean, go ahead.
Is there how many other people in the Chicks Beach area that around you do that, rent their place out?
I know of Jay and Judy, who do it 1 street away from me. Same situation. They live there. It's a duplex. I have a friend, Tammy and Dave, who passed away, Willman. They live across the street from a little cottage over at Lake Chubb that do it. Those are the only 2 that I know personally.
Okay.
There are, I think, 1 or 2 others on Ocean View Court.
Dave with a question.
So when you say you live on the 3rd floor, it's just one house, and you live on the 3rd floor, and you just rent the 2nd floor?
Yes, ma'am. It's a duplex.
Oh, it
So
is.
I live in 1 unit and I rent the other unit.
No, well, I was,
It was
Only
a
if he
good try.
rents out a
I was
bedroom
trying.
in his unit.
Home sharing.
Home sharing.
I would only rent out a bedroom in my unit is for special customers that have been repeat customers, family, and things of that nature. I might rent out an extra bedroom there, but it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath
Gotcha.
unit.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Herb Jones?
Back.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Are you for or against?
I'm here to speak for, good question. I'm here to speak in favor of the regulations that the city council has sent to you, which are for all short-term rentals in Virginia Beach, and I want to emphasize the all. Some would suggest that my neighborhood of Sandbridge is different and thus needs not have such regulations. In fact, the guy who was maligned in the last set of hearings was the guy in the Senate who passed the law which said anything goes in Sandbridge. Okay? So a little traveling music. Sandbridge was incorporated in 1952. The first covenant at that time read, quote, "All lots in this subdivision shall be used for residential purposes," end quote. The VB Comprehensive Plan of May 16 states, quote, "The Sandbridge community is a stable, low-density, single-family community with about 1,200 dwelling units. It is the policy of the city to retain the existing low-density neighborhood character of Sandbridge." Guess who wrote the update of that comp plan? Okay. At this time in 2018, the majority of the residents in Sandbridge are not used as commercial entities at any time during the year. The majority are not used for commercial. It is my hope that the regulations you delineate on short-term rentals would be applicable to all neighborhoods. In fact, the regulations you are dealing with are probably more important for the safety and sanity of neighborhoods like mine than they are of neighborhoods that have 2 or 3 short-term rentals. The regulations received from the council are not new, but close monitoring and enforcement of them needs closer scrutiny. My wish is that the citizens in all neighborhoods in Virginia Beach are considered in your decisions. The problems your proposed regulations will attempt to solve with short-term rentals exist in all neighborhoods. Thus, they should be applicable to all. All is the key word. Thank you very much.
That it? Okay, we have no speakers left to speak. We will close the public hearing, and any discussion needed? If not, a motion, Mr. Redmond.
I'd move that we defer this item for indefinitely?
30 days.
For 30 days.
It doesn't really matter if we're 30 days out.
All right, so,
We'll put it back on, or we'll have to advertise it either way.
okay. Motion by Mr. Redmond, second by
To
Mr.
defer indefinitely.
Weiner.
By a vote of 9-0, agenda item number 13 has been deferred. Our last order of business is agenda item D2, City of Virginia Beach, an ordinance to amend section 201 of the city zoning ordinance pertaining to permits for fences.
Mr. Chairman, if you let these people know we're gonna have a workshop.
Yes, I did. I'll remind you that those of you who are leaving, we are going to have a workshop in November. It'll be in the newspaper. It'll be advertised. Is that correct, Barry?
No.
Yes, sir.
No, no.
I'm sorry, it won't.
It won't be in a newspaper.
But we will
It'll be in
advertise.
front of my office and in front of Barry's office.
But we will put it on the website.
Okay,
Okay.
November 29th.
They're leaving. They don't care.
They'll be there, don't worry about it.
Mr. Kemp, the guy that caused you to have to stay this entire time for this one item left.
And he left, yes.
And we've decided to move this to the consent agenda.
No.
But anyway,
Thank you,
we'll
Chairman.
hear it. You brief us, and we'll motion it, and we'll be on the way.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm actually shocked that the room emptied out. I thought everyone was here for my fence ordinance, but
They hadn't read it yet.
You're up, Dave.
We are.
He
as
bailed
Commissioner
on
Wiener's
us.
packing his bag.
And we do not let him forget this next month.
I certainly won't. Well, this is a proposed amendment to our fence ordinance, which would require a permit for every fence. Currently, our ordinance requires a permit only for fences located within 30 feet of a public right-of-way. This would extend that permit requirement to all fences. One caveat is that if you are repairing an existing fence and you are repairing 50% or less of the length of that fence, you do not need a permit. So if a panel falls or a board falls and you want to repair it, that you can do without a permit. But if you want to replace the fence, regardless of where it is on your lot, you do require a permit from the zoning division. And
Questions?
I can just fill in, Jeff did ask about the frequency, and 2018, we're projected to provide 250 fence permits this year. So right
That's
now,
5 a
under the
week.
current ordinance, that's about the volume we are receiving.
I have a que-
Okay,
So with our missing commissioner, I have to say, I'm kind of with him on this a little bit, just because I'm not quite sure I understand why we have to go to the trouble, why we're asking someone to go to the trouble to repair more than 50% of a fence, with the time and the trouble and the expense it takes to come down to have all that done. I'm just, maybe you can help get us there.
Absolutely. We don't deal with a huge volume of fence complaints. This past year, we've only had 100, and most of them do not have follow-through. But there are a few that are extensive, and they usually involve fences on people's property. A dispute between two neighbors, which is a civil matter between those neighbors. What this ordinance amendment is aimed to do is, if there is a dispute like that, and a permit was not received, it would give the planning department at least the ability to go out, make them get a permit, and then be able to check the location based on a survey.
Jack?
Actually, I think Dave has.
Okay, Dave,
Which day?
whichever one speaks first.
No, I was going to say, the other benefit, I'm going to support this, and I know this has come from some issues that Mr. Jones had brought to him. And the other benefit of it is, of course, if you've got to get a permit, you're going to be more careful about what you're doing when you do. There are a lot of people who might, and a fence, keep in mind, is a permanent structure. Some of them can be large permanent structures. And so before you go and put a permanent structure on your property or right on your property line with your neighbor, you're probably going to be more careful about that and consult the survey, as opposed to going down to Lowe's, grabbing 75 feet of fence and plopping it down and finding out later, when your neighbor's yelling at you over that fence, that there's a conflict with it. I think the intention is it would cause folks to be more careful about that, and that we would have fewer problems that we then have to sort out later on. And I think that's probably the benefit to it. So I'm going to support the ordinance, and I hope others do too.
Commissioner,
Weiner?
Was there multiple situations that brought this up? Was there one big one that brought it up? I mean, I don't understand why. where this
There
came
was
from.
one recently on Shore Drive that, as Commissioner Redmond said, that Mayor Jones was involved in, but there have been several of these issues in the past couple of years that have escalated.
A question over here, Jack.
So what was the original intent of this ordinance? An ordinance to amend section 201 of section 201, what's the intent of the original ordinance? Fence ordinance.
The original fence ordinance, it lists, the permitted heights, permitted materials, locations, what plantings. It just gives those requirements. What this amendment does is it specifically says and states that a permit is required. Whereas currently, we require a permit for the first 30 feet from a right-of-way, but that isn't explicitly said in our ordinance. This would extend that.
Okay, because there's some fence, on my property, I have part of the fence I own, and then, I have a fence on, 3 sides, really all enclosed in my backyard, and I own this little section right here, if half of that falls down, well, that's my fence, I only have a section, and, I have to get a permit to, if 51% falls down, then I think it's a challenge to wrap my hands around, that I would have to come in and get a permit for that. And even though that's the intent, it's trying to explain that to my neighbors. It's like, no, you own this part of this section of the fence, you're gonna have to get a permit for that.
And that's nature of fences, is it does involve some civil engagement with your neighbors, and that is also the root of most of the problems we have with fencing. And since you mentioned a permit, I will say a fence permit costs $35.60.
60 cents.
60.
Do you go out and inspect the fence after it's installed to make sure it's on the legal property line?
Currently, yes, we go out and inspect every fence permit, and we have a little compliance card, and if they are compliant, we leave it in their door. If they're not, we leave our contact information to get there, but yes, we do.
Because one benefit of this is lots of fences are not put in the right place, and it creates a title problem, and people have to move them. You know, you sell your house, and the next thing you know is your neighbor's fence is on your property. So if you do inspect the locations of them, that should eliminate some issues downstream.
That is the hope.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Other questions, Jack?
So how do you know where the fence, like if it's in the right place? You may come out there and say, well, here's
GIS?
you look at a
in
map.
GIS, that could be plus or minus 5 feet. The two best ways are, they will have to produce a site survey to get a permit. Off that with we can pull dimensions to get a pretty close idea where the property line is. The most accurate way, of course, would be to have the pins marked.
Okay.
I didn't quite get that. They have to give you a survey?
They have to provide a site survey, which is scaled, and from that, we're able to, really closely find where the property lines are.
Several $100s.
Yes.
Well, most everybody should have one.
Get a board game.
Yeah, Dave?
I'm sitting here thinking about this now. I mean, nobody knows that we're doing it. Nobody's doing it now. Probably nobody's going to do it in the future. But I don't really see it being a big deal.
Hey,
That's a good
I
way
hate to say it like that. I mean,
That's a good
seriously.
way to look at a lot of laws.
I mean, you don't have to get a permit now. I doubt anybody's going to do it in the future, so I don't really think this is really a big deal.
You think nobody's going to get a permit, Mr. Weiner?
Because nobody knows
Yes,
about
he's
it.
going to say people are going to be
No, I mean,
violating the
nobody
ordinance
knows about
right
it
and left.
now. Nobody knows about it. They don't have to do it now. Nobody knows about it.
We're digressing. Somebody call,
We are truly
let me
digressing.
have a motion. Good, Jack, you have any more? You've
Well, I
got
just-
some really good questions.
Well, no, I don't have any more questions. Yeah, I just, I just want to say that, good fences make good neighbors.
Yeah, hey,
All right, so I'll support it. And-
somebody, yeah, Mr. Redmond.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval of the ordinance.
Okay, Mr. Redmond has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Mr. Redmond.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Inman. Whew, thought we were going to die of lack of a motion. A lack of a second. All right,
Because the person who's goofing off over there.
ready?
Close open.
You want me to vote for Joe?
No.
Yeah,
So
easy.
fast.
By a vote of 9-0, agenda item D2 has been approved.
Now, but before you all
Thank you, Commission.
leave,
Happy Thanksgiving.
before you all leave, I have to make an announcement. And Mr. Redmond reminded me of this. I've asked Jeff and me as a secondary member, and Don and Ron to put together a slate of officers for next time. I asked Barry earlier today, I don't think we need a secretary anymore. Are we required to have a secretary since his staff now functions as a secretary?
I think you're.
If you really want to know, we don't have any bylaws. Nobody can find them. They were supposedly done
I remember that.
40 years ago.
Right.
And
That's
4
right.
years ago. Nobody can find them. So we will keep looking for them.
So if
And
you-
then we'd know whether we did that or not.
If you determine that we need a secretary, let me
I'll
know.
let you know. You might want to only have 2 people on this committee, because you're going to have to advertise if 4 of you meet together.
Well, there are there's 3 plus, I'm the veto. I'm not meeting, I'm the veto.
No, you're there. You're still a
Well,
person.
then,
They're
okay,
probably
3.
never going to meet.
We'll have 3
Yeah,
people.
probably never going to meet.
Okay, we got it.
We got
Okay.
it covered. We got it covered.
Do 2.
We understand.
Pretty sure it'll be all right.
2.
2. I want some input from Jeff, because he's rotating.
Don't
on.
become like the Bayfront Advisory Commission and say you understand and then ignore me.
Yes, let me, wait a minute, hold on. Meeting adjourned.